Okay, I'm really sorry about that, everyone. Had a little momentary blip on my computer. Everything froze. Had to restart everything, so I am returned. So just to recap everything that what you just missed. Teemo came down to the audience chamber, attacked with Chewie and Akbar. Lost. Chewie was hit. Yeah. So Chewie went away. Apparently, there was a small misplay. Teemo said that he passed on accident. He knew what was going to happen, but he passed on accident, causing him, and he wanted the revert. Tom denied the revert, and then Teemo said, "Okay, not a misplay, because he knew what the destiny was." But they're just moving on. In our other game, we knew that Chris Kelly had Obi-Wan Kenobi at the turbo lift site. Bill battled, and Chris ended up losing. He swung Obi-Wan at Grievous. Grievous went lost. He still lost Obi-Wan, and Snoke is still there. Bill did get Asard and Min down to the JCC and just drained for 4. Or no, yeah, just drained for 2. So actually, no. Chris just drained for 4 at the village. So we'll see what Chris is going to do about that potential drain over at the JCC. Still got to worry about the drain over here at the turbo lift, as well as the drain of 1 up in space. Teemo did land the Falcon in front of Arsing and Cad Bane. So it looks like he's going to run into some issues there, but we'll see. Okay, let's get back to our main game. See what Teemo can do to recuperate after that little slight misplay. Does drain for 2 at the encampment and drain for 2 up in space. Again, Teemo did move away, so he doesn't lose the Falcon, but we'll see what happens. Checking on Pat versus Kevin. In Pat's activate phase, looks like it's a fairly close game. Now, Pat does have more cards in his loss pile, but he is going to cause some damage this turn. Drains of 4 total. However, Kevin has a lot of guys down on the table. He's got Maul with the Dark Jedi lightsaber, Lord Vader with his saber, and he's got the Grand Inquisitor with a saber. So that's 3 sabers for Kevin. In our feature game, Tom is just reinforcing on the ground everywhere. There's Shizor and Mara Jade coming down. So, again, this is after he drains and he retrieves. So, Wolf coming down as well. So, he's coming down with a lot of characters this turn. Not a good situation for Teemo to be in. Look at Geron versus Adam. Adam playing Yoda communing with get to your ships and some Bravo fighters. Mace Windu sitting at the Watto junkyard during Geron's turn. He's playing the Dark Path V. Planet table adds one dark side icon where you have a hatred card. Once per game, target 2 battlegrounds you occupy, one at a time. Top card of your Lost Pile face down is a hatred card on this location. So, interesting little card. So, you get extra activation, but you also run the risk of adding to a force drain. So, but we've got Mace Windu staring down Dengar, Watto, and the client all at the junkyard. So we'll check up on that game here in a little bit. Back to our main game. Teemo again. He starts his turn, activates everything. Now he's going to cause he's going to cause 2 points of damage. So Lore Santeca allows Solo to move, thus allowing a good blaster at your side to add another ping damage with it. He drains for 2 at the Starship Graveyard. He does have to pay for drains as Battle Plan is on the table. Maybe we'll see Solo hop into the Falcon and take off here. Not sure what Teemo is going to do though. Rose is retrieving for him. Okay, looks like a few of the games have ended. Check up on this. Another old allies versus TTO. Martin versus Magnus. Magnus in really good position here with Leia. U3PO is on the table, though. Let's see if he's undercover. He is currently undercover, so he's blocking all those drains at Jakku. But with the Falcon here at Endor, it is only a drain of 1. But TTO is on the table, so Martin is getting some damage in. But it looks like Magnus is sitting pretty good. Ooh, he's going to drain for 0 at his own outpost and take a card off the top with Leia Rebel Princess. So he's canceling his own force drain. Pretty smart move. Thank you, Bill. Jason has beat Cedric and Crazy Carl beat Dorse. So let's see, that's Nate Lauder. Carl beat Nate. So 2 updates on games. Now we're sitting at Tom is in his control phase, so he's attempting to drain. And Teemo is starting to just peel cards. JTF beat Eskimo, so Justin beat Eskimo. That's Justin over CJ. Back in our main game again, Tom is currently just force draining and retrieving. Let's go ahead and check out our 2-time world champion. Oh, we got a little bit of a fight here. Currently sitting in Justin's turn, so he attacks with the Grand Inquisitor. But Batmouse has, I think I can handle myself. So Rey is going to be immune to attrition and adds a Destiny to power. No response yet from Justin. He's only got 2 cards in his hand. He is going to grab that. So Rey is immune and gets a Destiny to power. On our main game, I can see that Tom initiated a battle against the Falcon with a loaded up Slave 1, and the Stinger, and Gurion Stinger. Batmouse rolls a 5 for Destiny to Power. Justin draws a 4. It's going to become a 6 because he is on the 7 side of his objective. But again, Ray is immune to attrition. Now that lift tube is not. That is a lift tube. Batmouse rolls a 2 for his battle destiny, so he's going to win the battle by 2, causing Justin to lose 2 battle damage. But the Grand Inquisitor is immune. Yeah, poor little lift tube is going to have to go lost. Justin decides to lose the Grand Inquisitor there. And he will pass turn. Looking back at our feature game, after Tom draws 4 Destiny, Teemo does have the Mandalorian mishap, so he's going to cancel 1 Destiny. He cancels the 5 that was just drawn. There's an All Wings combo, so he's going to substitute 7 for his first Destiny. And it becomes a 7, so... Okay, so Poe is there. When did he get his second Destiny? Oh, Dash Rendar V to reduce the attrition by 4. So he's still got an attrition of 9, though. Tom has an attrition of 8. But here we go into Batmouse's turn. Ah, Steve, nice to see you there, sir. Batmouse activates. Now the Vengeance is in front with the... so the Vengeance now is on the table over at Bespin with the Vader's personal shuttle. So Justin is going to be able to draw Destiny there. But first things first, Justin's going to lose a little bit of damage here with drains of 2 and 1. Yeah, things are not looking good for Teemo at this point. Poe Dameron and General Calrissian go lost. Woof, Ponda Baba, and Guri and Stinger all stick around. So, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Ray's so it is going to be a drain of 1 and 1. Hark Seth hops onto Leia's Resistance transport. Yep, there's... Okay, so Dr. Affer is down at the Boss Nest Chamber. We are in Teemo's turn. He is using Jedi Levitation to retrieve a character into his hand. He has to pay 4 for this, though. He returns Admiral Radis from his lost pile. And Batmouse plays Han Chewing the Falcon V. Gets a total a Destiny of Power. It is a 2. There is his battle Destiny. It's going to be a 5. Bring his total up to 20. Yeah, that's the Justin. That is Justin versus Batmouse, Steve. Justin draws a 6. He's going to do his little exchange. So that 6 is going to become a 7. Teemo deploys Holdo and probably... Yep, he deploys Radis in front of Shelly. Okay, so Batmouse is going to have to lose a few cards on the table, but Justin's also going to lose. Justin's going to lose the Vengeance. Batmouse loses Harksef and Leia's Resistance transport. On our feature match, Teemo draws a 4 for his battle Destiny, so Shelly is going to go lost, and that's pretty much going to be it. Yep, Teemo concedes, and Tom will win that match. So really quick, let's stay in that game. I'm going to bring back the Bat Mouse game here in a second. So we'll go back into that game because I know Steve wants to. In a mid-battle on Ralatier, Bat Mouse attacks with Yoda into Isard and Veers. Draws a 4 for his Battle Destiny. Justin draws a 2. It's going to become a 3, so no battle damage either way. But again, Justin's going to lose a character in the battle. You know what's breaking my heart, Steve? The fact that you dropped. Okay, Isard goes lost for Justin. Yeah, that was just rough luck. Okay, that makes sense. So here we go. Justin activates everything except for 1. The drain of 1 at his system. Batmouse will lose the West Gallery from his hand. Let's see what Justin's going to do. He's got a 6-card hand. Isard is in the lost pile, so unless he's got another spy, I think that Pukamir is going to be safe. Okay, Ninth Sister hops on down to Ralatier, so now with her there, that's going to add an additional 1. Thrawn coming down onto the Vader's personal shuttle. So it looks like Justin is going to attempt to get rid of that Honchoing the Falcon. Batmouse doesn't have anything saved in his force pile. So no tricks from Batmouse here. Justin thinking about what he wants to do. Again, he's saved 1 card in his reserve deck. And being that he's getting an additional +2 to whatever he draws here, he should be able to get rid of this Falcon. Grand Moff Tarkin hops down onto Vader's personal shuttle. And Justin will initiate. Batmouse draws a 4 for his Destiny to total power. And he draws a 6, so it's going to become an 8. Justin going to have 11 in power. However, again, that 8 is going to be just enough to get rid of the Honchoing the Falcon. Batmouse draws a 1 for Battle Destiny to tie Justin. So Justin is going to have to lose 1 character up there in space. Batmouse, however, is going to have to lose his Honchoing the Falcon. And without a Walkling, he cannot retrieve it. He couldn't retrieve it anyways because he doesn't have the force to pay for an Imperial Arrest Order and secret plans. Ninth Sister joins Veers in front of Yoda. And Justin will pass turn. Now, Batmouse is going to be able to take a card out of his force pile this turn. So, but he is not going to fight Justin Desai. Looks like he's just he activates everything to take one out of his deck. Okay, checking up some of the other matches currently going on. So our feature match right now is Batmouse versus Justin Desai. We might be painful, but you know what? It really is painful watching Baroni scoop to bring him before me. Okay, so we go into Batmouse's control phase. He will put Jyn Erso out of play to retrieve Maz Kanata. Obi-Wan Kenobi hops down to the spaceport city. So now Batmouse can actually get a card back out of his lost pile with Obi-Wan, but first things first, he's going to deploy Leia, Rebel Princess. She really doesn't do much for him just yet. That much. Wow. Probably going to make another one here soon. And he moves Yoda over. That's going to allow him to flip. He flips Justin back to the 0 side of his objective, and he passes turn. So still fairly close game between a giant of the game and a mouse. Let's see. Robbie is currently streaming the Drew versus Sam game, so we're not going to check up on that one. Looks like Chris Kelly is going to. Looks like Chris Kelly's going to win this match. He's currently up a lot in force. So yeah, it looks like Chris is going to win this one. He's going to be draining for 4 next turn. So. Yep, currently in Chris's draw phase. Yeah, 6 cards stacked on conflict. That's insane. I love it. So, looks like Chris Kelly is going to win that one. Robbie is currently streaming the Drew versus Sam game. So the only other game that's currently going on is Old Allies versus TTO. Check out on that game really quick. Magnus is currently has Jakku pretty much locked down on the ground. U3PO is still undercover, so he's only going to be draining for 1. However, he is retrieving, but looks like the Falcon is getting beaten down pretty good. Lateral damage over on Endor, and Vader and Saber 1 are doing some pretty good damage. Yep, draws a 1 for Battle Destiny. Does become a 2. He didn't use Vader, interesting, but I don't think he really needed to, as there's 13 points of damage. Yep, there goes Finn. Admiral Tor is there, so He loses Ray. So, and Martin doesn't lose anything. That little lateral damage over here on Endor, it did what it needed to. Solo's game text was blanked, so. Excuse me. And again, with Magnus only doing 1 point. Nope, he's going to be actually draining for 2. Belmont Kent has, there's 10 cards in Magnus's lost pile. So now Belmont Kent's other aspect of his game text is live. So he's going to add 1 to the drain here. There's going to be the ping damage here. So Magnus is doing 3 points of damage to Martin. So we'll check up on this game in a little bit. Back over to our main game. Justin is currently in his move phase. He's moving his characters around. Veer's in front of Obi-Wan. Fifth brother in front of Yoda. And again, this was after he drained. He did have enough to... Yep. Let's see. He did drain for 2 at Bestman, and I want to say he drained for 2 at... here, this system. Okay, so moving on into Batmouse's turn. He saves 2 force. Okay, that's going to be interesting. And there's another Han chewing the Falcon. So I'm assuming that Batmouse utilizes Obi-Wan's game text at one point. Yes, he did. So he used Obi-Wan losing a what chance we have and lift 2 from his hand to play to get Obi-Wan back into his hand. So Obi-Wan in front of Grand Moff Tarkin and Vader's personal shuttle. Batmouse initiates. Justin pulls his fanfare shield. That's going to allow him to shuffle up his deck here. Yep. So again, we're all in weapons phase action. Again, Justin just shuffled up his deck, so Justin plays masterful move to again shuffle up his deck. Tarkin is on the shuttle. Well, if Tarkin's piloting, he has enough ability. Okay, Batmouse draws a 3 for Battle Destiny. That's going to bring his total up to 11. So, because Batmouse has the combined fleet action, well, and Justin draws a 4. So, 11 to 4 in favor of Batmouse. Justin exchanging a card. He's going to get Grand Admiral Thrawn back. He'll lose Tarkin and another card. And he'll lose an Imperial Command from his hand. So, again, the shuttle was power 2 there. Tarkin adds 2, so... But yeah, I don't think he was piloting. Yeah, so he did get his Destiny because of Tarkin's game text. Yeah, I think that's the first time I've seen that. Okay. Justin goes into his control phase. He saves 4 force. Interesting. So it looks like he's going to initiate up in space, and he's going to initiate on the ground. Drains for 1 at the prefix office, and then he's... Oh, Mara Jade with lightsaber coming down in front of Obi-Wan. This could be very bad for the Batmouse. He has no cards in his hand. Thrawn hops onto the shuttle. And Justin initiates on the ground. Mara swings at Obi-Wan. Draws a 4. Only needs a 3 here to hit Obi-Wan. Again, Batmouse does not have any tricks here. Draws a 4. Obi-Wan is going to be sliced, diced, and reduced down to 0. And we have a very good game from the Batmouse. Justin draws a 5. Surprise, no concede. Yep, there's the concede from the Batmouse. So Justin Desai is victorious. And that's all we got. So round 2 has ended. Well, so as we ended a round early, let's go ahead and give away a box of sleeves. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask a trivia question, and then I'm going to add. So I'm going to ask a trivia question. And then people are going to email holotheater@starwarsccg.org their answer. And then after game 5, I will do a drawing for anyone who has the right answer to win the sleeves. So the question is going to be... Pull up one thing. So again, do not say the answer in the chat. Say you're going to email the answer to holotheater@starwarsccg.org. This way I have a record of the correct answer. The question is, and I'm going to put it in the chat so people know. So, what's the word? There. So the question is, I want players to send me in an email to holotheater@starwarsccg.org to name me a character with maneuver as their defense value. Okay, it looks like we have round two, or sorry, round three about to start. So, our feature match to start off is going to be just you know what? Let's go with Drew versus Mike. So that is going to be our feature match for the this round. Uh, Drew Lichtenstein versus Mike Kessling. Uh, Drew is on dark, so I believe that's Map versus Old Allies. Troop. Yep, the games are getting posted. Yeah, so that trivia question, there are two answers. I just need one. So again, so right now we've got a few answers coming trickling in. You get a number. Okay, so Batmouse Map versus QMC. We've got Map versus there's a lot of Map. I was actually surprised. Yes, names are required to enter. Okay, so let's see. We've got Map versus QMC. Break Up Before Me versus Skywalker Saga Luke. That should be a good one. WAP versus Walkers. Map versus Legend. Ooh, another good one. Old Allies versus Shadow Collective. Old Allies versus ISB. Ooh, that's an interesting one. But again, we're gonna have Map versus Old Allies. It looks like Jeremy DePaulo is on. Is he streaming? Teemo. Okay. Okay, so Robbie and Jeremy are going to be streaming this Mike versus Drew game. Let's see, what's another good one? You know what? He's not on enough, and he's not playing Hit Go, so let's go watch Chris Kelly play. I did it again. Okay, Chris Kelly versus Jason. They're our top table, actually. There we go. Good morning, or good evening over there now, I'm assuming. But, okay, here we go. Chris Kelly versus Jason. Map versus Legend. Not as classic as the Old Allies versus... not as classic as Old Allies versus map, but still pretty classic. There's Luke on the table for Jason. Chris has FN on the table. So a little risky turn one move from Chris, but it looks like he's going to pay out. I'm not really sure who the favorite is, except for us, because watching this is going to be fun. Okay, Chris is going to grab the All Wings combo after Jason pulls the Falcon. Okay. There's the shuttle. So out comes Kylo Ren. Yeah, not fond of that grab by Chris there. Yeah, I think you would rather grab the leadership. This is just a lack of experience. Again, if you are interested in getting a pack of Dragon Shields, I will be taking answers to my question that I posted a little bit ago. I got a pack of lime and a pack of pink. Again, didn't really have much of a choice last night when I went to go pick up my magic cards. But if you are interested, please respond. The question is, I'm going to post this in the chat for one more time. You will have until the end of this round to enter. So if you want a pack of Dragon Shields, standard size, respond with an email to the to holotheater@starwarsccg.org, and then after Game 5, I will do the drawing for it. Right now, we have 8 people entered into it. Okay, so again, we're on Jason's, or is in Chris's deploy phase. Kylo Ren is on the table. Plays Imperial Commanding Captain Peavy. No grab by Jason as he doesn't have any force saved. Again, we're going to give out another token during this round as well. So make sure you guys stay tuned to this channel. Robbie hasn't given out any. So, Jared, make sure Robbie knows that he can give out tokens. So we can get people entered into that. And then, yeah, we got a lot of giveaways today. So, again, stay tuned later on because the winner during the second pod today can also win the other pack. So maybe we'll get Jared to give out some stuff today. I mean, it's the 20th anniversary of the PC. How are we not giving out more stuff to the viewers? Okay, Chris gets out Phasma. Again, he leaves the FN Trooper there by himself. Again, a little bit risky. Okay, Rey, all the Jedi, hops down to the antechamber. Projection onto the site. So Chris is not going to be able to drain there. Well, he can drain there, but it's going to be getting drained of 0. We're in A, so B will get the second set of shields. And if you're wondering, the multi-Twitch is still up. Kendall is streaming his game, and Robbie Hendon is currently streaming his game. Yeah, we've had, yeah, Bill again in the chat says that we had game 1. We had 1 game freeze, and we had to restart game 1, and then the computer froze on my end too. So it's been a freezy type of a day. Okay, so there is Anakin's lightsaber on Rey. 3PO coming down as well. And Jason's going to move into his... Looks like he's just going to draw some cards. And pass turn. So he's got the sand effect with the Jedi levitation and Where Are You Looking For Me on it. Looks like I got the okay from Jared to give away some AI foil slips and some gem boosters. As we're watching Chris Kelly play, name me a card designed by Chris Kelly that says Chris Kelly on it, except for Like My Father Before Me. First person to do it will get a Gem AI booster pack. So I need a card designed by Chris Kelly that says Chris Kelly on it. So not one that he's like the D&D advocate, but actually player created card by Chris Kelly, except Like My Father Before Me, because everybody knows he designed that one for Hitco. Okay, there's the finalizer coming down to Jakku. Again, we know that he has PV in his hand. Yep. General Hux hopping down onto his ship. And that will allow Chris to take a card out of his use pile pool. So Kylo does have his lightsaber, so now he'll be able to drain from 1 there. I still think he needs to get that FN Trooper out of there. Okay, checking on one of our other games really quick. Ooh, so in this game, Dead Body versus Justin Mishiro. JagTech has invaded the Death Star throne room with R2D2 and Luke Skywalker, Rebel Scout. Luke's got his lightsaber and his hand, so that's a pretty stacked up Luke. Yeah, a few of the new system is played in a few of them. So we are in Dead Body's turn. The Emperor's power is canceled. He did get Palpatine back. Okay, there's a Kylo Ren with lightsaber going down in front of Anakin or in front of R2 and Luke. Grievous sitting alone at the downtown plaza, and we have our first fight, or our second fight. Kylo swings at R2. Chris Hall, you get a Jump AI booster pack. He draws a 1 for the first Destiny. Looks like R2 is going to be hit here. Yep, R2 is definitely going to be hit here. Justin loses Speak with the Jedi Council from his hand, or from his use pile. Will fire his saber at Kylo. Draws a 6 for the first Destiny. Yep, Kylo is hit. Drawing 2 7s for Destiny. Wow, that's insane. I know they're 6s, but they become 7 because of Rebel Scout Luke. Dead Body draws a 3. He's going to take it into his hand with Sith Fury. Again, he needs to draw pretty high here to get rid of Luke. Draws a 1. No, that's not going to get rid of Luke. He is still down by power, and Kylo is forfeit 0. Justin draws a 4. So we are going to see some overflow here. 4 becomes a 5. See, and he is going to lose some. So, Sonic Bombardment, Maul Strikes, Sith Infiltrator, Palpatine from hand, Force Field, Sim Alu, and the Phantom Menace all go to the lost pile. Now, the throne room is not a battleground, so he does pull his come here, you big coward shield, so he is going to cancel any attempts for a force drain at the throne room. However, once Justin moves that Luke over to the 2-2 site, he is going to be able to start draining for 3. Yeah, so the fact that you don't have the Gick there was really bad. So I think you needed to have the Gick to do that battle. So yeah, I do agree with you, Ketwall. Back in our feature match, Jason now has Rose on the table, Poe Dameron, and General Leia on her transport. So He's got a lot going on right now. He's threatening drains of 2 and 2 and retrieval of 1. Chris is going to activate. Activating 12, so he is threatening drains of 1 and 2. There's a drain at Dakar. Jason loses, I think I can handle myself, and perimeter scan from his hand. Let's see, who is the... Rey All the Jedi is the agent, so that makes kind of sense. Checking up on another game really quick. Geron versus Tom Hade. Sitting in Tom's control phase. He's draining for 2 at Jakku and 2 on the ground. Watto, Sebulba, and the client are currently at the junkyard with Ozzel on the Vengeance. Rose and Rey holding down the Starship Graveyard. So we'll check up on that game in a little bit. And Sebulba, or not Sebulba, and Watto is going to go to the use pile. So Tom is going to put Watto back. He pays 8 force for that. That would normally allow Dralek to retrieve for, but aim high is on the table, so he would have to pay for that. Tom throws General Calrissian onto the Falcon to get a little bit support to that solo that was on there. So I'm not expecting to see any fights at the junkyard this turn, but the fact that Geron doesn't have a Watto is going to slow him down just a little bit. But let's go back to our main game. Chris moved just some characters around. I puts the finalizer back over to Jakku. And he is going to draw some cards. He's drawn a lot of cards. He's got a 16 cards hand. So really quick, even though Tom was able to get rid of Watto, looks like Geron had a second one. And he got him back out. So pretty good sequence of events there for Geron. Essentially made Tom utilize his entire turn for nothing. Again, everyone can enter, even if you're like Jared Napolitano, Pill, Kafer, anybody who's watching the stream can enter for the Dragon Shields. They're a gift from me to the community. So make sure you guys enter if you want a chance at them. So Geron does deploy Dengar with Blaster Carbine onto the table. And Tom loses 2 off the top. Card goes back into the reserve deck, and yeah, Tom does say that he forgot to pull his Twick, so we'll see what happens. Let's go back to our main game. Jason just drained for 3 at the antechamber. Chris is losing. You know what I come for. Blastor controls. Hot coffee's yum. and a Lieutenant Dolfed Mitka. Rose will retrieve one. Retrieves a sorry combo. Really quick, let's go ahead and check on Justin Desai versus Pat Johnson. Justin playing Yoda Communing. Pat playing Set Your Course for Alderaan. Pat threatening a big old drain this turn, a drain of 5. Again, no resistance on the table for Justin, so Justin's going to have to take 5 to the face. Fly Casual, Ray, sorry about the mess. And, yep, there's the Virgins of the Force. So no more huge drain there for Pat, but still. Oh, wow. So after losing the 3, Justin plays the Virgins of the Force to cancel the other 2 loss. He didn't need it. He's got the Virgins of the Force, so he loses 3, and then the rest of it's canceled. So now Pat can't really do much there. Pat does retrieve the Commence Primary Ignition into his hand. Or he just takes it from his lost pile to his hand. Yeah, he doesn't have the 3rd battleground, so I mean that makes sense. But Justin does have 2 battlegrounds out, and he is threatening a lot of drains next turn. On our main game, Jason is just deploying stuff. And he's actually pointed out in the chat, this is not a matchup with a much forward momentum. Yeah, 100%. Jyn Erso going down to the landing site. Expecting to see Pat spread out in space just a little bit here soon. Well, he is. So Justin is playing Fly Casual, so he's got to be playing some sort of space. It'll be just your token space. Jason moves the Resistance Transport over, and we'll pass turn over to Chris Kelly. Let's go back to our main game now. Yeah, Kendall Hallman is playing the new Tidarian shuttle. He played it against Batmouse in turn 1. Or in game 1. Speaking of Batmouse, let's go check on seeing how he is doing against Sam Tashima. Map versus Quiet Mining Colony. Let's see. Sam has taken over Bespin pretty well. Whereas Batmouse is currently taking over Jakku. Things are flipped. Harksef is currently at the 0-1 site. Yoda's over here. Ray is currently sitting at the village. So it looks like Sam is draining for 1, 3, 5 next turn. Batmouse is threatening drains of 4, 5. He was threatening drains of 5, but now Sam is going to throw down General Pride and a First Order Stormtrooper. So that will allow him to draw Destiny. His attrition there is pretty big, so maybe get rid of at least one of those characters there. Yeah, you're going to assume that the drain over at the docking bay is going to be canceled. So Jason attempts to play escape pod combo. Chris does sense it, and looks like he loses Min and FN 2003 from hand to do or do not. There's a drain of 2 at Jakku for Chris, losing Rey all the Jedi and General Leia from hand. Again, both those characters are on the table, so it kind of makes a little bit of sense there. There's a drain of 1 at the village. Again, it is a drain of 0 because of the projection of Skywalker, but Kylo has a lightsaber. Finn goes to the lost pile. In our look-in, Batmouse uses Obi-Wan before we have any fights to exchange out-of-commission combo and Ayla Secura to grab Han Chewie and the Falcon V. Sam deploys First Strike and initiates a fight. He is getting 2 Battle Destiny, and he has got Kylo Ren with lightsaber. Yeah, he used Lieutenant Mitka to move Kylo from the platform all the way over to Jakku. Kylo is going to swing at Obi-Wan. Draws a 6. That's definitely going to be enough to hit this Obi-Wan here. And with 2 Battle Destiny and a bunch of attrition, looks like Batmouse is going to be cleared from the village. Batmouse will lose Grogu off the top of his deck. Sam loses a barrier off the top of his use pile as he just drew that for Destiny. Obi-Wan sliced, diced, and cut into little pieces. Batmouse is going to add a Battle Destiny into this power, or into this battle. Let's see, does Sam have a sense or anything here? He grabs the leadership. And Batmouse does get his additional one. But no, there is the Imperial Command from Sam. So that's going to limit Batmouse back down to 1. Things are not looking so good for our friend, the Batmouse. Sam draws a 4 for Battle Destiny. And a 2. Again, with the insane amount of attrition he's getting there, that is going to definitely get rid of Rey. He's got 22 power. Batmouse draws a 5. That's going to get rid of Pride and the Trooper. And Batmouse has to lose an additional 2 with Kylo Ren. There goes Pride out to the lost pile. Obi-Wan hits the lost pile. Rey joins him. I didn't realize Pride was 5 on his own, but yeah, that makes sense. And there's a flip from Sam. Sam stacking Imperial Barrier on I will finish what you start. So next turn he can actually, so on Batmouse's turn, I believe he can actually use that. So he can use it from his, as if it was from his hand. So even if Batmouse decides he wants to throw somebody down to fight Mitka, he's got a barrier. Yeah, things are looking rough for Mr. Batmouse. He's about to go 0-2 with his light side. Sam takes the shuttle off and runs away. Let's see, Batmouse could... Now, Batmouse is going to be able to drain for 1 and 3 next turn and retrieve 1. And that is going to end Sam's turn. So let's go ahead and check back on Chris Kelly and Jason. We are in Chris Kelly's battle phase as he just deploys Kylo Ren and FN 2199s to the Maz's workshop. Or Maz's antechamber. Chris did have the UR beaten. He moves Rey out of the battle. Jason has the... It's a trap, so the battle is canceled. I'm a little surprised to see that he didn't... Well, no, actually, that makes sense. Not having any weapon, like fire there, and when you cancel the battle makes sense. So Luke does not go out of play, but the battle is canceled. And then Chris will move over in front of the Leia's Resistance transport. So pretty solid turn there for Chris Kelly. Again, Rey cannot participate in a battle next turn for Jason. So Rose is still sitting there by her lonesome with 2 droids. Let's go ahead and check up on Jeremy Gardner versus Nate Letterback, I believe. Oh, that was the last one. Yep, Jeremy Gardner versus Nate Lauterback. WAP versus Walkers. 2 Imperial Decrees on the table. That's limiting what Jeremy is doing for damage. And looks like Nate has a lot of damage going down on Hoth. Both players do not have any space out there, so Nate does have to pay for all of those drains that he wants to do. However, he's doing 4 points of damage just from you may start your landing. So even though it looks like Jeremy is... we are in Jeremy's control phase, so maybe he's going to be able to get a ship out or something. There goes Walker Garrison to the used pile, to the lost pile from off the top of the used pile. So that kind of hurts. In our main game, Jason is retrieving with Rose and caused 1 point of damage from BB-8. Outside of that, I mean, in our main game, or in our looking right now, we just saw that Jeremy paid 3 to drain for 1, paid 3 to drain for 1, and yeah. He's going to be able to cause a few points of damage with the objective as well. It looks like it's only going to be 1 point of damage as Panaka is not on the table. Jeremy does have 7 points of force left in his force pile, but let's go back to our main game as we have a little bit of action. Ahsoka Tano with lightsaber is deployed down to the antechamber. Jason also puts Jedi lightsaber on Leia. Interesting. Possibly shuttle her down once you move it over to Jakku. The Ahsoka Tano was barriered by Chris Kelly, though. Yep, there's the transport moving over to Jakku, and I am expecting to see a shuttle down by Leia here. Nope. Jason's just going to draw a few cards. Really quick, let's go ahead and check up on a cleanup at the end of the battle from Adam versus Teemo. Teemo just took a lot of damage to a battle on Jakku. It looks like Teemo was not paying attention earlier when everybody realized that Adam is playing a lot of Ellis Hellerots as well as Jedi Dark Jedi presence, because Adam just beat down Teemo off of Jakku. Now the Falcon is out there. Leia's transport has Poe Dameron and looks like Vice Admiral Holdo. So Adam will have to run away with the vengeance here. So Teemo is not flipped though. Again, Teemo is slightly ahead on Life Force, but he isn't flipped, and Adam is threatening some nice drains next turn. Looks like he's threatening a drain of 2 next turn at Jakku, and no, actually, drain of 3 at Jakku, as he does have an ISB agent there, and he's got the Stormtrooper garrison. So we'll check up on that game in a little bit. Back over to our main game. We're in Chris Kelly's control phase. He is going to be able to drain here at Dakar for 2. And there's a sniper Dark Strike from Chris. Jason did point it out that he probably has it, as he just played he did play Force Projection to make all of his characters' defense value equal 5. Chris swings with Kylo Ren's lightsaber at Rey. Draws a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 3 for Destiny. That's not going to hit Rey. I believe she is defense value 5 right now. Yeah, she's defense value 5, which is counterintuitive to the to her defense value. But I mean, when you want to make Rose is defense value 5, I mean that kind of makes sense. Okay, really quick, checking up on Pat and Justin Desai. Justin does have the Shuttle Tidarian, and it looks like he's got Han Optimistic General on it, so that is a little shuttle that is immune to attrition. It's kind of warm now. We just saw that Justin drew Destiny. He is going to win that fight. Pat is going to have to lose that Avenger there. And now Justin is occupying for Ultimatum, so he doesn't have to lose more than 2 to a Force drain. And Justin is now occupies for Battle Plan, so he does not have to pay for Force drains, but Pat does. That was on Justin's turn, so once Pat starts up his turn, he'll be able to drain for 2 and 2 if he wants. But maybe he's got some Star Destroyers that he wants to throw down to retrieve. Things are looking pretty solid there for Mr. Justin Desai, so we'll check up on this game in a little bit as well. Back over to our main game, we saw that Chris Kelly just deployed P59. He shot at Jyn Erso, hit her, and now Jason has to lose 2. He loses an Oda Nesta combo from the top of his deck, as well as I'm getting pretty good at this from his hand. Chris draws a 4 for Destiny. That brings his total up to 8. And Jason draws a 1 for Destiny, so P59 is going to be able to stick around for a little bit. Okay, Jin goes to the lost pile. P59 does stick around. Move into still in Chris's battle phase as we saw Jason just deploy aim high from under his shields. Chris saying to himself after he checks out his destinies that was going to be the only time he doesn't hit Rey was with that those destinies that he drew for the Cyber Dark Strike. That is unfortunate. Let's go ahead and check on Cedric versus. Cedric versus CJ here. Watch Your Step versus Hunt Down. Classic matchup. We have an immune to attrition Outrider versus immune to attrition Emperor Shuttle, but unfortunately for CJ, he has to lose 3 into this fight. Luke, Mara Jade, and Talon Card are all on Tatooine with Dr. Evazan, Darth Vader, Emperor's Enforcer, Blizzard 4, and a doppelganger of Mara Jade. Both players are losing to Visage currently. And it is still pretty much a tight game. Only 3 points, 3/4 is currently separating these two players. Yeah, OG Huntdown is in a weird but good spot. I not expecting like the back door or the mall effect, but hey, it's in a weird good spot. Okay, going back to our main game, Jason activates. He saves 3/4 in his reserve deck. He is going to play Sorry About the Mess with Rey targeting Dr. Evzan and Ponda Baba. He draws a 1 for the first Destiny. He needs at least a 2 here to hit the Doctor, but he draws a 5. So Dr. Evzan is not going to be hit as Chris has an interrupt in his hand. He stacks it on I will finish what you started, which cancels that Destiny. Jason said he misread that, thought that both were during battle. Rose will retrieve one. He's only got 1 force save, so unfortunately it doesn't look like he's going to be able to battle here. Really quick, let's go ahead and check up on Kevin Yop and Magnus. Kevin playing Old Allies again. Magnus playing Hunt Down B. The Emperor sitting over at the downtown plaza. Devastator circling Mustafar. However, Kevin has a lot of characters over on Jakku because apparently everybody wants to go there. Rey and Laura Santeca are currently piloting the Falcon. Magnus saying, uh-oh. As it doesn't look like he's got good Destiny. Kevin just is getting a free verify. We are in Kevin's control phase. And Kevin's going to concede to Magnus. Sorry, Magnus was playing Old Allies. So we do have a concede from Kevin. So we're going to bounce out of that game. Go back to our main game really quick. Again, not much really going on in this game. Chris sitting at 17 life force. Jason sitting at 17 life force as well. And we are in the deploy phase of Jason. So we'll see what happens in the rest of that game. Let's go back and check out the Batmouse versus Sam game really quick. Sam has 16 life force, but Batmouse is 13. Batmouse still has, now he's retaken Bespin as Sam is taking over Jakku, the system. In Sam's control phase, there's a It Could Be Worse from Batmouse. Looks like Jyn Erso is blocking the drain over here on Jakku. Maybe we'll see a Sniper Dark Strike from Batmouse, or from Sam there. Ray is back on the table for Batmouse, so Sam is back and flipped. Sam attempts to drain for 2 at the North Corridor. However, Batmouse will cancel it. And here we go. Mitka going to transport Kylo Ren all the way over to where Rey is. In our feature match, Jason coming down with Anakin in front of P59, Mitka, FN, I believe that is 2003, and Phasma, but he's just going to run away. Pride coming down as well. So again, things are not looking solid for the Batmouse at this point. Jason draws up a couple cards, up to 9 cards in hand. Sam checking out his destiny. He's got 4 cards in there, so he's going to get 2 cards to swing the lightsaber and 2 destiny. That should be enough to get rid of Rey and Lando. Lando is not getting an additional battle destiny, as even though he's on Cloud City, he's not with an alien. And we do have a fight from Sam. Chris does initiate a drain over at Jakku, so that's going to happen over there. But Sam has first strike on the table. So Batmouse is not going to be able to use any interrupts as he doesn't have any force saved. He has to lose a force to the first strike. Sam will retrieve the bridge from his lost pile. Kylo Ren attempting to swing at Rey. Draws a 5 for the first destiny. Again, he knows what his destiny are. Draws another 5, so Rey is going to be hit. Maybe going to see a scoop here from Batmouse. In our main game, Chris coming down with Snoke. Yep, Rey is hit. Both players have to lose a force to the saber. Batmouse losing a 6 off the top. Lando attempting to fire at Pride. Draws a 2. I do not believe that hits Pride. Pride will stay upright. Destiny. Sam draws a 4 for the first one. A 4 for the second one, so Sam would have hit Rey regardless of what he drew. Excuse me. 18-15 in favor of Sam. It's going to get rid of Rey and Lando. And BB-8. Batmouse with 2 cards more to lose. He loses Honchoing the Falcon from his hand and sand off the top of his reserve deck. The site is going to be clear for Batmouse, and Kylo Ren will survive to live another day. And it looks like we do have a concession from Batmouse, as he just said. Is pretty sure that's it. We have a GG, and Batmouse concedes. Going back to our main feature match. Both players are saying the stacking is pretty boring, and I can agree. Chris Kelly moving Phasma and FN over in front of the antechamber. And it looks like the stack meta is back. Thank you, Chris Kelly. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah. Really quick, checking up on a fight currently going on in the Justin Desai versus Pat Johnson game. Pat throws down Lord Maul with lightsaber against Mace Windu and Chewie Protector. Both players draw Destiny. There goes Chewie to the lost pile, and Maul goes off the table. This is not looking good for Pat Johnson. Again, the game looks fairly close, but at the same time, it unfortunately really isn't. Both players have resistance on the table, but Pat is going to have to pay for his drains. Justin is not. Justin is actually threatening. Oh no, that was Justin's turn. So on Pat's turn, he's going to be able to drain for 1-5. And then Justin's threatening drains of 7. Again, on our feature match, it's just stack versus stack. Chris Kelly does play a Dark Time for the Rebellion and Tarkin's order to cancel Jason's retrieval with Rose, but he still has to lose a force to BB-8. Poe Dameron, General Leia, and Admiral Satora are all onto that Leia's resistance transport. Again, Chris Kelly grabbed a all wings combo, while Jason has not grabbed anything. Okay, Pat has activated everything. Probably going to move. He's going to move in front of the shuttle, but I mean, it really doesn't do much because the shuttle is immune to attrition with Han on there. And even though Pat is draining for the possible of 4 at each of those locations, he's making only Justin's only going to lose 2 at each of the systems. Leia and Anakin move over in front of Dolfed Mitka and P59, so Jason is making his move on the ground a little bit. Oh, Pat has the Tarkin Doctrine on the table, so that's 2 more additional force lost for him. Again, so Justin down to 7 cards in life force, 1 in hand. Pat sitting at 15 hand in life. Again, he is going to be taking a few drains himself this turn, possibly 6, unless he doesn't move somebody over in front of the Tidarian. Anakin's lightsaber. Anakin's lightsaber on the top. Jedi lightsaber on the bottom. We are on Chris Kelly's turn. So we'll stick through the Pat versus Justin game just for a little bit. See what Pat does regarding all the damage that he's facing this turn. Yep, he pays for the drain for 1 at the Death Star. And Justin loses 1 off the top of his deck. So Justin has 7 cards left hand in life. Pat has 15 hand in life. Drain of 2 for Chris Kelly at Dakar. There goes Finn out of Jason's hand. Yeah, if Pat had some way of getting rid of that versions of the Force on his Death Star, that would be so much better. But unfortunately, he doesn't. Another good card that would have been good for him is the Bright Center to the Universe. Steadfast moves from Rendalee over to Jada to block that drain of 1 up there. Here we go. Chris Kelly deploys General Grievous and a first strike. So we're going to see some action here on the ground. Wouldn't it get rid of the bonuses? Oh, yeah, you need the Coruscant system. That's right. Okay, Chris Kelly initiates a fight at the antechamber. He's going to attempt to win one. So we're going to go back to that game as our main game really quick. Chris retrieves the Steadfast. Jason loses All-Wings combo from his hand. Finn will attempt to react down to the fight. Finn is good. There's the barrier from Chris. Finn is not in the battle anymore. I mean, the thing about the Naboo is if you had like Tarkin's orders, that'd be pretty good. There's an altar combo from Chris Kelly. That's going to get rid of one of those characters there. Draws a 1 for Destiny. And 3PO will go lost because of the altar combo. Jason wisely flips. To stop Kylo Ren from firing any of his weapons. Again, Be With Me impacts the fact that Pride is not able to... Pride and Phasma are not able to add Destinies in this fight. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ahsoka and Rey fire at possibly Pride and Dr. E. Yeah, there's still going to be lots of attrition in favor of Chris here, but again, Battle Destiny +5, yeah. So you're probably... The best case scenario for Chris is you get rid of 2 characters, probably BB-8 and Ahsoka. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, if he wants. I mean, there's 2 sabers there, so, I mean, doesn't that only stop 1? Yeah, it only gets rid of 1 of the one weapon. Oh, yeah. Okay, Ahsoka is going to attempt to target the Dr. E combo. Draws a 4 for the first Destiny. Let's see what Chris wants to do here. That is going to hit the Dr. E combo. It is. He is hit and forfeit reduced by 2. Really quick, we're going to peek into the Justin Desai versus Pat Johnson game. Ooh, Jason uses sorry about the mess on Dr. E. I don't like that there. That doesn't really make sense. Like, I know it gets him off. Like, yeah, it takes away 3 power. That's it. Into Pat's control phase. Drained for 2 at Dakar. Drained for loses makes Justin lose 1 with Tarkin Doctrine. He can also pay 1 to drain for 1 up at the Death Star, but yeah, that's only a drain of 1. So Anakin fires at FN 2003. Cancels that destiny and draws a 2 for weapon destiny. So Nines does cancel the first destiny, and Chris will stack an interrupt there. Don't think you need that. Yeah, I don't get that though. And Chris Kelly draws a 0 for Battle Destiny. That is unfortunate. Jason draws a 5. Chris still wins the battle and causes 2 points of damage with Kylo Ren, though. Both players have 5 attrition to get rid of. I think you lose Snoke here for Chris. And you almost got to lose Ahsoka here if you're Jason. Let's go back to our Justin Desai versus Pat Johnson. Into Justin's turn, he is draining for 2 at the docking bay and 2 at the war room. Pat did deploy Grand Admiral Thrawn to the battle planes. Justin did save enough force to fight Thrawn. Pat is down to 3 points, 3 in his total. Justin's at 4. Mace attacks Thrawn. This should do it for Justin. Draws a 5. He still has the Destiny. Thrawn is hit. Forfeit is 0. Justin draws a 5 for his Battle of Destiny, bringing his total up to 11. There is, 10 because of the effect. Pat draws a 2, and there's the GG. Justin Desai will currently be 3-0. Back over to the main game to finish, hopefully to finish this one out. Still have three other games going. Cedric versus CJ, Drew versus Mike, Teemo versus Adam. Let's go ahead and check on the Teemo versus Adam game. We have a fight at Jakku, currently mid-fight. Teemo is sitting at 9-3. In favor of Life Force, Teemo battles, draws a 5 for his first Destiny, and a 2 for the second one. And Adam draws a 1, so he's just going to have to lose some characters off the Vengeance. I believe that's a Lord Sidious up there, so he can just lose the Lord Sidious to cover everything. Teemo will not have to lose anything. And that is what Adam loses. This looks like it's going to be a victory for Teemo. He is in his move phase. Moves the Krillin Corvette to back up the Falcon. Poe Holdo on Leia's resistance transport, holding down the Malsteer system. Oh, the Falcon does land, so he's going to be able to stop that drain of 1 there. Looks like we got Akbar and Kalfau Syndros up in the Corvette, so this looks pretty solid for Teemo at this point. Let's see, looking at some of the other games. Yeah, Cedric versus CJ. This is still a pretty tight game. Hunt Down versus Watch Your Step. CJ currently sitting at 4 cards in Life Force in the middle of Cedric's control phase. Drains for 1 at Tatooine. He's got Celebration still going, so that's a plus for him. With CJ having 2 or 3 cards in Life Force, he's going to be able to drain for 1 one location next turn. And I'm expecting to see Cedric move that Mara Jade possibly to the Cantina, as you're only losing 2 cards and Visage. Going back to our main game, we have a battle between Leia and Anakin versus Grievous, Mitka, P59, and a shuttle. We are on Jason's turn, so he is going to retrieve with first strike, and Chris is going to have to lose 1 with first strike. Jason retrieves the Falcon, and Lando Calrissian with General Leia. So he does retrieve 3 for this 1 battle. Leia is attempting to swing at P59. Draws a 4, so yep, P59 is going to be hit. Really quick, going back to that Cedric versus CJ game. Cedric came down with Han Solo, pairing him up with Mara Jade. Going into Battle Destiny, he draws a 5 and a 4. That's going to get rid of Vader. CJ draws a 4. He doesn't swing with Vader's lightsaber, interesting enough. Han Solo goes to the lost pile. And Vader goes to the lost pile as well. I don't think he swung. Yeah, no swing. Checking up on our main game. Again, P59 was able to shoot Anakin, causing 2 points of damage. Jason drew a 5 for Destiny. Chris also draws a 5 for Destiny, so he does win the fight. And Leia is going to have to go to the loss pile. So if you're Chris, you lose the shuttle and Mitka and P59. And then Jason has to lose Leia and Anakin. So pretty bad battle in favor of Jason. I mean, you did retrieve 3 though, so. Oh wait, no, you just had to lose Anakin there because he still retains his forfeit. So Leia is sticking around, and Mitka is going to go to the loss pile. And it looks like that Cedric versus CJ game has ended. So this is our final game of round 3. So our little tournament is progressing nicely. And it looks like everybody is watching this last game. So moving into Chris Kelly's turn, he activates 8. He saves 6 cards in his reserve deck. Again, he is going to be doing 2 points of damage with the drain this turn. But again, still pretty close game. Chris is at 16. Jason's currently at 15. Actually, no, he's going to be at 14 after this last card goes to the lost pile. He loses Jedi Levitation as well, and loses Jedi Levitation and Ray all the Jedi. Chris will initiate at the antechamber. Again, he's going to retrieve 1 with the first strike. And Jason's going to have to lose 1. Chris retrieves the shuttle. There goes Holdo from Jason's hand. FN 2003 is going to be hit, and he cancel Ray's game text, and she's not going to be able to fire any weapons this turn. So smart move by Chris Kelly there. Jason takes the last card off of his sand effect. Kylo is going to fire at Finn. Draws a 3 for the first Destiny. This should get rid of Finn. Okay, and I was going to say unless Chris draws a 0. Nope. Chris is going to have to redraw this Destiny. Still gets rid of Finn, though. And both players are going to have to lose a force. There goes a Were You Looking For Me for Jason. And Chris will have to lose Kylo Ren off the top of his deck. He's got 2 force saved. Now, I believe the other FN trooper can fire his whirly stick at someone. Possibly going to fire at BB-8. Because with Ray's game text canceled, as long as you... he draws a 5. So I don't know if Chris realized that... Oh, there's the force projection from Jason. Draws a 5, so that negates the Battle Destiny. Essentially, that negates the Battle Destiny. Chris has a 0. And Jason draws a 4 for Battle Destiny. Again, both players do have to lose to attrition here. Jason has to lose to Kylo Ren's game text. He loses I Don't Like Sand. As well as he loses the I Don't Like Sand that he drew for Destiny. We know what the next card in his use pile is. Let's see if he loses the Escape Pod combo or if he loses a card off the top of his reserve deck. Nope, he does lose the Escape Pod combo. Chris retrieves FN 2003 with Phasma. And he has to lose FN 2003 from Phasma as well. Rose puts Finn back into Jason's use pile. Let's see. Chris loses the 2199 to the rest of his attrition. And Jason has to owe 1 more in attrition as well. Now he's deciding on whether or not to lose Rose or BB-8 here. And he will lose BB-8 and Rose. So now Rey is staring down Phasma, Pride, and Kylo all by herself. Chris initiates another battle over at the village. General Grievous versus Mitka against Leia. Again, he will retrieve with the first strike. Jason has to lose again. Loses a 5 off the top. Leia swinging at General Grievous. Draws a 2 for the first Destiny. He needs a 4 or higher here to get rid of Grievous. And he does draw a 4. It's going to hit Grievous and make it so he cannot be satisfied for attrition. Chris needs a 4 or higher here to get rid of Leia. And he draws a 5, bringing his total up to 14. But again, just enough to get rid of Leia, as she only has immunity less than 4. Jason also draws a 5 on his own. However, Grievous cannot be used to satisfy for attrition, so that site is going to be clear here. Chris slides the finalizer over in front of the Leia Resistance Transport over at Dakar, draws a card, and will pass turn. Rey gets her game text back. Jason activates all of his force. Walkling goes out of play for Jason. That's going to allow him to retrieve Leia. And then probably going to see him retrieve with Rey as well. Yep, there's Rey utilizing her game text. He's going to have to put a card out of play, and he's going to retrieve one. Again, Chris does get to pick the card that Jason retrieves. Yeah. I don't think Jason's going to fight here. Obviously, because he's got no cards in his reserve deck. But there's another Ahsoka Tano coming down for Jason. And Jason does draw one card. So, Jason sitting at 10 in Life Force, 1 in hand. Chris Kelly, 14 in Life Force, 4 in hand. The transport does get out of dodge. So, Chris is going to be able to drain for 2 next turn, or for this turn. Yeah, he should be able to clear the site very nicely. Chris just needs to move a little bit faster because he's only got 4 minutes left. And apparently, Bill Kafer wants to have a lunch break here. Bill saying that there's going to be a 2-hour lunch break after this round. Mara Jade with lightsaber comes down in front of Rey and Ahsoka. Chris initiates. He's got 3 lightsabers. Jason only has 2. Chris firing Kylo Ren's lightsaber at Ahsoka. Draws a 4 and a 2. That's going to hit the little Jedi. Slice, dice, and forfeit goes down to 0. Blaster deflection from hand. Oh, that hurts. Rey attempts to fire at Mara Jade. Draws a 1 for the first Destiny. Draws a 4. That's not going to hit Mara. Or no, it is going to hit Mara as 1. But nope. Chris uses I will finish what you started to cancel the second Destiny. Mara Jade is still alive. As she swings in retaliation at Rey. Draws a 2 for the first Destiny. And a 4 for the second. It does become a 5. And that's going to hit Rey. Ahsoka targets Pride. Draws a 5 for the first Destiny. Pride is hit. Chris draws a 4 for Destiny, bringing his total up to 24. And Jason draws a 1. It does become a 2, but it is still a 1. Kylo makes Jason lose 2, and he is down by 11 with no cards in hand, and that should do it. So Chris Kelly will be 3-0. And yeah, I believe Justin Desai is one of our other 3-0s. And then either Drew or Mike are 3-0 as well. So congrats to Chris on going 3-0. And yeah, as soon as Bill is ready with the pairings, we'll have round 4. Again, if you want to enter into winning a pack of Dragon Shields, all you got to do is answer a trivia question. The trivia question was, and I just posted it in the chat. Name a character with a maneuver as their defense value. Email the response to holotheater@starwarsccg.org, and then you'll be entered into a drawing that I'm going to do after Game 5. So if you want some Dragon Shields, go ahead and enter into that, and it's going to be fun. Currently sitting at 9 people entered in for the Dragon Shields. RE, by the way. Everybody should know that by now. Okay, Game 4 pairings are live. Justin Desai versus Chris Kelly. Mike Kessling versus Pat Johnson. Ooh. Teemo Dussel versus Greg Shaw. Jason versus Geron Whiters. Tom Haid versus Sam. Justin Mishiro versus Carl. Magnus versus Garen. Bill versus Martin. Batmouse versus Nate. Kendall versus Kevin. Tidrick versus Adam. Jeremy versus CJ. And looks like we did have a drop, so... So, let's see. Yeah. Thank you, James. Okay, let's see who we are going to take. Drew Lichtenstein has dropped from the event. Oof. Yes, we did one token so far. It was Revenge of the Sith. I'm gonna go with the Tom versus Sam. Let's see. It's CCT versus Quiet Minded Calling. Okay, I like this one. Actually, no, we did Tom already. I'm not gonna take that one. Let's go Greg versus Teemo. No, it started with Teemo already. Oh, it's Watto. Let's start. Yeah, Watto versus QMC. Watto versus QMC on our feature match. Okay, we're not going to do Watto versus QMC. We're going to go with... I just did CK. You know what? Let's go with... Pat versus... We just saw map. You know what? Watch your step first. We're going to go with Justin versus Carl. I just had CK. I just had Chris Kelly on. We know he's playing Hiko. It's Hiko versus Map. Do you really want to see that matchup? If you guys want to see that matchup, I'll put it on. Otherwise, we're going to do JagTech versus Carl. Watch Your Step versus Verge. Two decks that we don't normally see. Like, we haven't seen any Watch Your Step today. Verge seems solid. So, do you guys want the Justin Desai versus Chris Kelly match? Oh, it's Hiko versus Rops. Do you get... Fine. Yeah, we'll go with Hiko versus Rops just because it's like 3-0 versus 3-0. Yeah, I'll turn. You know what? We'll go with the CK versus Justin Desai as the feature match, and then I'll tune into the other ones. Yeah, because it's 3-0 versus 3-0. I'll bounce around. Right now, Robbie is doing the Greg Shaw versus Teemo deck. I think Kendall is still streaming his game, so Court versus Legend. I don't see Chris Kelly or... okay, there's Justin Desai. So as soon as Justin gets on, I'll do that one. While we're waiting for those guys, let's go ahead and check out the Watch Your Step versus Verge. So Carr already has Luke down. Looks like he lost a force. Not sure what to. Oh, Voyeur. So Justin went ahead and played Voyeur early and made a out of commission combo go to lost. Let's see. He said plays Voyeur. All wings report in, and out of commission combo had to go lost. So I think Kessling's 3-0. He's playing Pat Johnson. It's Watch Your Step versus Map. And we just seen Map. I'm so tired of Map. Mm. Okay, so pretty standard start from both players. Yeah, and Bill, if you could start letting us know, that'd be great. So in our secondary match, we see that Justin came down with Alert My Star Destroyer V and is Devastator with Darth Vader V on it at Tatooine. It is the dark side version of Tatooine, so now that Justin has that Tatooine, he can actually start drawing more than one Destiny. But let's go into our feature match really quick. Again, both players are setting up. You're getting their standard stuff that they normally do. I mean, unless Chris has something Okay. I thought I froze there for a second. But, yep. Route to your site for Justin. He's already pulled 2 Admirals. He also got a card with the Death Squadron assignment card. Looks like he got Blizzard 8. There's an Aim High Shield, and there's Moment of Triumph. So he's going to get. Justin's already starting up pretty good right now. No docking bays yet, though. Yep, he's going to go get his docking bay. Probably going to get the Executor docking bay. Yep, there it is. And now Justin can just do RAL ops things. Really quick, got a little bit of action here going on in the Sam and Tom game. Looks like Sam is playing the new computer interface interrupt. We are on Sam's turn. He came down with Shizor against Maz Kanata. Sam played the It's a Trap to cancel the battle. And now Yoxkit and Maz Kanata are on the table. Harksep, so Sam can do some damage here to Tom. Starting to a drain of 2 and a drain of 1 this turn. Yep, there's a drain at Bespin. Tom will lose He's All Yours Bounty Hunter. Again, now that IG88 and everybody's all over there, doesn't need that card. I don't think he's going to need that card in this matchup. Drain of 2 at the security tower. There goes Guri, and a We Must Accelerate Our Plans off the top of Tom's deck. Leia, Rebel Princess, going down to the audience chamber. Here we go. Turn 2 and threatening a fight. Just how I like it. Again, Chris is in his first turn. He just deployed. But I'm going to wait until after my move. Okay, now with Jar Jar barriered, we're not looking like the Sam wants to initiate a battle, so we'll go back out of that one. Check up on this game in a second as well. Back to our feature game. We are in Justin Desai's second turn. Gets out his docking bay, and there we go. Emperor's personal shuttle coming down to that system that I can never pronounce. Emperor comes down onto it for 2. Paying 5 force for the shuttle and the Emperor. Ozzel hops onto the shuttle as well. So that's a little shuttle. It can draw 2 Destiny on its own. And that's all that Justin is going to do. He draws some cards and passes turn over to Chris. Chris takes the Force is Strong with this one. V from his hand with Twilight is upon me. I'm not sure. Back over to the Tom versus Sam game really quick. Tom comes down with Dengar and Dr. E to the audience chamber. He does retrieve the He's All Yours Bounty Hunter and Guri with the Scum and Villainy. He's going to exchange a card with Boba Fett from his reserve deck into his hand. This does not look good for Sam. This game could be over very quick here. On our feature table, Chris comes down with Yoda Master of the Force and Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight. Boba Fett shoots at Jar Jar. Draws a 3 and Jar Jar will be hit. Yep, Dr. E is going to operate on the little Gungan. But local defense says Jar Jar is okie dokie. Sam will use Jar Jar to place IG-88. Draws a 4. Tom draws a 1. So IG-88 and Jar Jar are going to go lost. And the battle is over. Sam releases the Mithril and flips him. Just for that, Jar Jar is your token for the day, for this round. Jar Jar Binks is the second token for today. I don't think a Mithril has a species. Just an accountant. Back over to our feature game. I'm so glad we got that on stream. That was great. Back over to our feature match. Chris comes down with Yoda. Luke has a saber, and Kanan Jarrus Jedi Knight. Kanan, the new set 17 Kanan. Whenever you deploy Chopper, Ezra, Hera, Kanan, Sabine, or Zeb, may draw the top card of your use pile. Once during your draw phase, if Kanan at a battleground and he did not move this turn, you may peek at the cards in your use pile. So again, Jar Jar Binks is a second token for this one. Again, on our feature math, here we go. Justin deploys Darth Vader, Emperor's Enforcer. Justin, there's the sand effect from Justin. Forcement and Force Push are stacked onto it. Let's go ahead and take another peek in really quick. Jag Tech versus Crazy Carl. Watcher Step versus Verge. Justin has decided that he's going to just stack everybody at Kessel. Whereas Carl has reinforced the Cantina with both Talon Card and Luke Skywalker, The Last Jedi. Mirrex and Wedge Antilles are on the Pulsar Skate, sitting at Tatooine. on our feature match, Justin Decide just drops Blizzard 8 and General Veers on Ralatir. And he plays Resistance, so Chris will not be able to drain for 3. So, Resistance on the table for Justin, and as we move into Chris's turn, I have 3 monitors, so I have a TV up there, one over here, and one here. So I got the main game here, the second game here, and I've got OBS Streamlabs here, and then I've got Slack on a laptop. So just for your information. I should tilt this one down. But here we go. Chris is draining. He drains for 1 at the docking bay, and he drains for 2 at the Spaceport City. Again, after game 5, I'm going to be giving away the Dragon Shield. So if you want to enter into a chance to win a box of Dragon Shields, send the answer to that question that I just posted in the chat to holotheater@starwarsccg.org. And yeah, you'll have a chance to win some cool Dragon Shields. Again, sitting at 9 people currently entered into that. Chris decides he wants to move some characters around. Moves Yoda and Kanan Jarrus over in front of Vader. Again, Justin is going to be able to drain for 3 next turn. So there's the email and the question. Just send over there's 2 possible answers. I just need 1 from you. And then, like I said, going to be giving these away, doing the drawing and everything for these at after game 5. Excuse me. Okay, let's see. Gonna go check in on another Watch Your Step game. Watch Your Step versus Matt. Pat Johnson versus Mike Kessling. Mike Kessling, who's also 3-0, is currently on his turn. He is going to drain for a few. Let's see. He's draining for 2 at the village and a possible, I believe it's a possible 3 at Hansen Prime. Yeah. Going to be able to drain for 3 there. Pat loses Kessel Run, and what chance do we have? Then he's going to play. He's the best smuggler around to take Lando into hand. Now, Pat does have the force to retrieve with the Kessel Run, but he is taking 3 points of damage just from a drain at Hansen Prime. So that's pretty rough. Again, he does occupy, so he could have played Resistance before he used... he could have played Ultimatum before he was drained, or before he played the he's the best smuggler around. I think that would have been the correct move, but apparently I'm bad at this game. But again, it is Mike's turn. Let's see if he's going to do anything else this turn. Moff Gideon joins Piet in our feature match, as well as Mithron Renudo in front of Luke. Going to the control phase. Pat does initiate the Kessel Run with Solo, so he does retrieve 4, and now the Kessel Run goes out of play. So now that he has done all of his fun Kessel Run stuff, he can start doing some other shenanigans with, like, say, Captain Lando Calrissian. But before we do all that, Mike, it looks like he's kind of come down with Min Kinney. Captain Phasma comes down as well, so I believe that's going to be 2 Destiny there for Mike. On our main game, really quick, Justin is currently in his draw phase. He's just drawing up after deploying all those characters in front of Luke. Vader does run away. FN 21-9 comes down for Mike as well. Captain Phoebe hops onto the finalizer. And expecting to see a fight here from Mike at the Cantina. Now, I do know that Pat has some tricks up his sleeve. Maybe we'll experience those here in a second. There is a first strike from Mike, and the aim high in response. Glad to see that some players don't forget how to play aim high. Okay, and here we go. Mike initiates the fight. He is getting 2 Destiny there. He will retrieve an Imperial Command. Pat will have to lose 1 to the first strike. Let's see what he wants to lose. He has a 14-card hand, so I'm assuming he's going to lose 1 card from his hand. And Pat will run away from the fight with dodge. Does Mike have an answer? He does. He has a Lana Dobreed combo. The dodge goes to the loss pile. Does Pat have anything else, or is he going to be stuck there? He is stuck there. Mike draws a 5 for the first Destiny. Draws a 6 for the second Destiny. Oof, that is rough. On our feature match, Chris Kelly deploys Daughter of a Skywalker down with Luke. Pat draws a 4 for his Destiny. He's going to be down by 13. Min goes to the loss pile. And Luke goes to the loss pile for Pat. That will flip Mike back. And Pat does have the Hojix. Back over on our feature match, Chris Kelly is currently loading up onto the spaceport docking bay. He has dropped Daughter of Skywalker, Lando Calrissian Scoundrel, and Cal Kestis. Puts projection of the Skywalker on the spaceport street. So it looks like both players are going to be able to get 2 Destiny in this fight. And there's a Leia's gun. Chris initiated battle. Attempts to fire Leia's gun at Mithron Renudo. He draws a 1 for Destiny. That's going to miss the Chiss. Justin takes a card off of the Sand Effect. Chris down to 1 Destiny instead of 2. Luke attempts to swing at Thrawn. Draws a 2 for Battle Destiny. And draws a 1. That shifty Chiss will not go down. Chris does draw a 6 for Battle Destiny. It becomes a 7. Or no, it's just a 6. Oh, no, wait. So, Chris draws a 6 on Daughter of the Skywalker. Target is power 2, and his game text is canceled. So, Gideon's game text is canceled, and power -2. Okay. Again, we're still in the weapons phase of the fight. There's an Anakin Skywalker V to add a Destiny to attrition. Justin will grab the card. And here we go. Cal Kestis. He substitutes a value of 4 for Destiny, allowing Chris to draw a 5 for Destiny, total of 9. Justin draws a 6 for his first Destiny. He still has 1 more to draw. And he draws a 3. So both players draw a 9 for Battle Destiny. Chris draws a 6 to attrition. Chris will end up winning the fight, and he is going to cost 15 to attrition for Justin. Justin loses the Emperor's personal shuttle from hand to I Feel the Conflict. Expecting to see Cal Kestis and Lando go away. And at least all 3 of the other... Yeah, there goes Piet. Kestis. Gideon, or Thrawn, and Gideon. So, not a bad turn for Chris, but that could have easily have gone a lot better. There's an Imperial Command allowing Justin to pull a General or Admiral from his deck into his hand. Pulls Thrawn V. Interesting to see that Justin's playing both Thrawns. Looks like Jason has scooped to Geron. Geron again playing hidden base. Let's go check and see on some of the other matches we got going on right now. Let's go check out the Mike versus Pat Watch Your Step game. Again, Mike is our other 3-0. Looks like Luke is back on the table, allowing Pat to flip Mike back, but currently Mike is threatening a lot of damage next turn, and it is actually in his turn. Yep, drains for 2 at the village, drain for 2 at Hawson Prime, and then going to be draining for 2 at the Cantina. So that's going to be 6 points of damage in favor of Mike. Mike's sitting at 17 cards, hand of life. Oh, and there's an Aura Singh with Blaster Rifle. We know all what she can do. No response from Pat. He's either going to be saving his one force for some way to move Luke away or something. Yep, there's Asajj Ventress as well. Coming down to the Tatooine. So Tatooine is pretty much invaded by Mike at this point. And we have a fight. So Aurra Sing versus Luke at the docking bay, just like in the movies. Mike will retrieve one. Pat will have to lose one. Mike retrieves Kylo Ren. Pat loses the effective repairs. And here we go. Mike draws a 2 for Weapon Destiny. And a 5. That's going to be able to hit Luke. In our feature game, Justin throws down Thrawn V onto the Blizzard 8. And he will move over in front of Yoda and Kanan. Mike draws a 4 for Destiny. Now, unless Pat draws lower than a 2, he will not take any overflow. Pat does draw a 5, so Aurra Sing will cover, and Luke will go to the lost pile, flipping Mike back. Again, things are looking pretty rough for Mr. Pat. But back in our main game, Justin just throws down Thrawn and goes into his draw phase. And yeah, that moves on. Let's see, what other good games do we got going on? Tom versus Sam. Let's go ahead and check on that one after we saw that insane turn of... oh, this is wrong game. What? There we go. Okay, so after that insane turn at the audience chamber, it looks like Sam has taken it over. However, looks like Tom is about to make his move. There is the Alice Hellrot. We have a GG. And it looks like Sam will concede over to Tom here. Yep, he's going to play this battle out. However, it looks like Sam is going to concede to Tom. Looks like he's got Boba Fett, Darrow, Dengar, Dr. E, IG-88, Shelly, and BB-9E. So, yeah, all he's got to do is target one of those two, Yoxkit or Lobot, and then the other one is going to be just annihilated. So, it looks like Tom is going to win. And, yeah, I think he's going to go 2-1. Or 3-1, sorry. On our main game, we are in Chris Kelly's control phase. He drains for 2 at the docking bay. Justin loses the Emperor from his hand. Ooh. Going to play Only Hope to put some cards back. Again, he is in his deploy phase at this point. Checking up on another game, Justin Miyashiro playing Carl, Crazy Carl. We're in the middle of Carl's control phase. Again, he's got Luke with Saber at the Cantina for a drain of 2 there. He is at Kessel, but at the same time, so is Justin. So, let's see what Justin's going to be able to do this turn. Or, sorry, let's see what Carl's going to do. Carl is in his deploy phase. He doesn't have any force saved in his reserve deck, so maybe, I don't know what he's going to do. In our main game, Chris deploys Unite so he can get Obi-Wan with Saber back. It's not a bad move there. Now he can actually go down with Obi-Wan against Vader if he wants. Nope, he's just going to go down to the Spaceport City. Carl deploys Chewie V to the Tatooine docking bay. So with Chewie there now, Justin's not going to be able to retrieve any. I don't know if he has any retrieval in the deck though, but now he's not going to be able to retrieve any as long as there is as long as Carl completed a Kessel run, and there is one out of play. So I'm assuming he did use the complete a Kessel run. Mara Jade going down to the Cantina, but. So it looks like no action really this turn, so we'll check up on this game in a little bit. Let's go see what our good buddy Batmouse is doing against Dorsch. Mid-battle, Batmouse and Lord Maul Lord Sidious versus Obi-Wan with lightsaber. Obi-Wan has been able to slice Lord Sidious. Draw their fire is on the table, so looks like not a good situation for Batmouse. Dorsch draws a 4 for Battle Destiny. It becomes a 3 with Maul. Ooh, Batmouse draws a 6. Now again, that's going to become a 7. Not enough to cause any overflow, though, but you do get rid of the Obi-Wan with lightsaber. Okay, again, it looks like it's a... Ooh, with the general resilience to take Obi-Wan back into your hand. It's looking a little rough, though, for Batmouse. I mean, I know he has Imperial Decree on the table, so he is going to be able to negate the lightsaber drain bonus at Kashyyyk. However, Dorsch is draining for 2 at the Cantina. Again, Batmouse is going to be draining for 2 and 2 up in space. So, still a pretty close game, and which one we'll check up on in a little bit. Over on to our feature match, wherein Justin Desai is in his control phase. He activates 13 and plays Force Push to take a card out of his Force pile. 13 cards in Force pile, but he's got a 14 card hand, so Justin likes having a lot of cards in his hand. Okay, let's go check out this Adam versus Cedric Yoda communing versus Endor Ops. So looks like a lot's going on in space right now. We're in Adam's turn. Again, he is playing Yoda communing. Red 5 versus Boba Fett and Admiral Ozzel. They get 2 Destiny there. 2 Bravo fighters at Naboo. But again, with Cedric having the SFS guns there, you really don't want to fight. Especially when he has 3-4 saved. So, but we'll see what happens. Qui-Gon with Serene Jedi over at the docking bay. It's pretty good. He's a fairly solid card. I just showed a Bravo 1. A card that hasn't seen a lot of play recently, but used to be really good. With Get to Your Ships, I missed the pool, so I'm assuming that the card is the Rick Bravo leader is somewhere in either his reserve deck or his use pile or his force pile. There's Mos Espa. Gets a 0 out of his deck. Might see him fight this turn, especially with Qui-Gon Jinn, Serene Jedi Master. Again, don't think you want to fight up in space. I think ground is probably the better location to fight at this point. Cedric is flipped. However, again, with Qui-Gon, you get +1 for each weapon that is fired in the battle. So, if he had, like, well, meditation wouldn't work because Cedric is flipped and the 7th side of the objective limits. Okay, nope, looks like Adam is just going to move his starships around and then pass his turn. Again, another game that we'll keep an eye on here as we keep an eye on our main table. Interesting match that we haven't seen a lot of today, but at the same time very intriguing. Jedi Jer playing Revenge of the Sith Vader Edition versus CJ playing the Skywalker Saga with Rey Edition. So looking at the board state right now. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Vader sitting over at his castle. Luke, the Last Jedi, sitting at a private docking bay. Sidious sitting over at the wreckage site. Draining, going to be able to drain for 2. And then we have Gar Saxon and R. Singh sitting at the Death Star docking bay. So right now with CJ occupying battle plan, he's not going to have to pay. He'd be paying to drain for, well, he does not going to be paying to drain as he can drain for 1 at Mustafar. And Vader, betrayer of the Jedi, slides over in front of Luke. That could be pretty good for either player. Again, back on our feature table, we see both players just draining a lot. Draining at the previous office for Chris. Justin was able to get Isard and the 5th brother over to the Jedi Council chamber, so he's threatening a drain of 2 there. Or, sorry, 3 there. The 7th sister is over at Endor, just like in the movies, threatening a drain of 2. I'm assuming that Chris is going to do something there. It is a drain of 1. Sorry, that is Unite. So we are in CJ's turn. Maybe we'll see a little bit of an action here after he drains for 2 at Mustafar. What's making it so? No, should be a drain of 1 there, but oh, Anakin's there, so it becomes a drain. It's a drain of 2, as the dark side player has 3 icons there. Okay, that's fair. He loses Rise of the Sith and Emperor's Enforcer from hand. Glad to see that Darth Vader, betrayer of the Jedi, is on Coruscant. Again, that card is currently facing down versions on the verge of greatness in the best virtual card image challenge. We have the finals. Announce those soon, later today, hopefully live on the air. But CJ is looking like he's stacking up a lot of cards there at Coruscant. We got Luke the Last Jedi, Padme, Yoda, and Rose Tico. Unfortunately, Padme doesn't work there. That Vader has protection from Padme. So CJ does initiate a fight. He will retrieve Solo with the epic event. Again, not a lot of action and fighting in our main game. Just a lot of drains between the 2 players. Chris not doing anything about that drain over at the JCC. So he does have he doesn't have ultimatum on the table. So it looks like he's going to be taking 3 card force loss this turn. Padme does add a destiny to attrition. Vader swings at Padme, and she will be hit here. And when she's hit with that Vader, one, you lose force because of I am your father, and two, she goes lost. So smart of CJ to utilize Padme's text before she goes lost there. Luke is going to swing at Vader. Draws a 1 for the first Destiny. And a 4, so Vader is going to survive. But again, with a Destiny, a Battle Destiny, and a Destiny to Attrition, and with Vader only have immunity less than 5, it's not looking good for that Vader. In our feature match, we're just seeing a lot of drains occur. CJ draws a 2 for Battle Destiny. Jeremy also draws a 2. And Jeremy currently down by 6. And there's a 3 that's going to be able to get rid of the Vader. So Vader will cover all damage. And it looks like CJ is going to lose Rose Tico. So that's another game we'll keep an eye on. Let's go back into our main game. There's the drain of 3 at the Jedi Council Chamber. Chris peeling cards to that drain of 3. Agrees for 1 at the village as well. And he drained for 2 at the system. Okay, so Chris is down to 19 cards with 11 in hand. Justin down to 20 cards hand in life. So 30 to 20. So it's still kind of a fair game, like a fair match, or sorry, a equal match. But we'll see what happens over this next turn. There's a Blizzard Scout 1 coming down in front of Leia and Yoda. And going to attempt to trample Leia. Assuming he has a 6 on top of his deck. He does. So Leia will go to the lost pile. And that's a strong play from Justin Desai. So Leia goes to the lost pile. Justin has no cards left in his reserve deck, so we're probably not going to see a fight this turn. Yeah, and Justin has been on the 0 side of his objective the entire game. However, he is making a lot of smart plays here. He has characters down at the Jedi Council Chamber. He got rid of Leia. Like, it's still a pretty close game, even though the board state says otherwise. Justin going to move around his characters. He's got Thrawn on the Blizzard Scout 1. Moving that over in front of Obi-Wan. Veer's still in front of Yoda. And Luke and Kanan by themselves. Justin draws a few cards, and he'll have 19 cards hand in life. Chris Kelly currently sitting at, again, 30 hand in life. That's a good point. Yeah, he can keep doing the. At this point, though, like with the fact that there's 4 Jedi on routes here, I don't think Chris is going to throw. Okay, anybody ability 6 or anybody ability 5 or less to routes here. So here we go. Corran Horn coming down to block that drain at the JCC. Let's see if he goes into fight mode. He still has 4 force left in his reserve deck. So we could see him come down with something to get rid of both the characters at the same time. Gonna put a card back into his deck with Like My Father Before Me. No response from Justin just yet on that Corran Horn. So we didn't see a barrier or anything. So we could see a battle from Chris Kelly at some point. Nope, no battle. Corran Horn's just going to sit there. And Kanan Jarrus is going to move in front of Vader. As Chris just draws a few cards. So he put a card back and then paid 1 to move Kanan. So that card that he put back, he did not draw again. Again, such a powerful effect. I'm so glad that you cannot put it in everything. I only hope. So he's just putting a 4 back into his deck. Again, he's got 14 cards left in his hand. So at this point, Justin is going to do 3 points of damage on his turn after he activates. He's only got 10 cards to work with in his life force. But if there's somebody who can get the most out of 10 cards, it's going to be Justin Desai. Again, the winners of the each pod will face each other later this week to determine the winner. Only 1 player from each pod will advance to the finals, with the top 2 players from each pod both receiving Player of the Year points. Drain of 1. Oh. So drain of 1 at the village, and then it's going to be only a drain of 1 in space, as Imperials do not occupy. Is it occupy or control? I think it's control. Imperials do not control 3 battlegrounds. They only control currently 2. And we have a fight at the Jedi Council Chamber. Corran Horn versus the 5th brother and Isard. see if Chris has any tricks up his sleeves here, or if, because unless he doesn't, Justin's only going to lose one character. Yep, there's the masterful move against. Oh, the top four in each get. Wow, that's even better. Okay, Justin's going to do his little card exchange with his effects. That's really impressive. I should have played then. Chris rolls a 4 for Destiny, so again, Cornhorn's going to go lost, and only one of those two characters is going to go lost for Justin. I read it a certain way. Don't argue with me. Why aren't you playing your game? Okay, Isard goes to the lost pile. Cornhorn also going to go to the lost pile as well. Okay, looks like really quick. Let's go check on Pat versus Mike Kessling. Mike is sitting at 11 cards or 14 cards hand in life. Pat sitting at 6 cards hand in life. And it looks like he just drained. He got. Oh, nope. We are in Mike's turn. He is in his move phase, and he moves the finalizer over in front of Han and the Falcon. You are quite welcome. Again, this pod has 2 more games after this. And then we have 6 more games in the afternoon. So make sure everybody sticks around for those last 6 games. Again, after game 5, I'm going to be figuring out who wins one of the packs of Dragon Shields. And then in the next set of games, we'll have another sticker token to announce. So got a lot going on. And then we're also going to give some more Gem AI packs away, some AI foils away. So got a lot, again, like I said, I've got a lot of stuff to do to celebrate the PC's 20th anniversary. In our secondary game, Pat is on his turn. He activates 3, saving 2 cards in his reserve deck. I don't see a possible fight. Let's see, Wedge, Lobot, Dash. Yeah, I'll see a possible fight. But he is going to drain for a few. You're going to be draining for 3 points of damage on Mike. Mike losing Force Push from his hand. There's another drain at the docking bay. It's still not looking good for Pat, though. Lebo making Mike losing 1, so again, Pat makes Mike lose 4 this turn. I stand corrected. In our feature match, Chris Kelly is in his control phase. He did drain. Before he drained, he put a card back with Like My Father Before Me, only to play Our Only Hope to relocate the Prophecy of the Force to where Kanan Jarrus is, as he drained for 2. It's going to be curious to see. Oh, okay, so Captain Lando Calrissian goes back to Pat's hand. Again, like I said, he's got 2 Force saved. And Lando, or he's got 4 Force saved in his Force pile, 2 in his reserve deck, and Lando in his hand. Lando would cost 2 Force to come down. So he could battle, but not sure where. In our feature match, we just see that Chris deploys Han Solo, the optimistic general, with Obi-Wan in front of the Blizzard Scout Okay. Lando is going to go down in front of joint talent card Luke at the Cantina. On our feature match, we have a fight there as well. So, Justin plays trample on Han. Chris Kelly will grab the trample. And Justin draws a 2, so Han's not going to go away. On our look-in game, again, Pat just initiated. He retrieves 1. Mike loses 1. Pat draws a 2 and a 5 for Destiny. That's going to get rid of both of those characters there. Mike draws a 6. He is going to have to lose 1 with Mitka. And a 4. So he has 10. And I believe that's going to only leave Luke there. Yep. Luke is going to be the only one standing after that fight at the cantina. On our feature match, Justin did play Imperial Command to add a Destiny. And he is checking out his Destinies with the Emperor. Pat moves the Falcon, and let's go back over to our main game. So again, let's focus on this fight right now. Obi-Wan and Han against the Blizzard Walker with Thrawn V on it. Battle Destiny. Chris draws a 5. It is a 5. That's only going to get rid of Thrawn. Again, Justin is getting 2 Battle Destiny here. Draws a 6. So this is going to clear the site for... This is going to clear the site for Justin. Chris isn't going to have anybody left there. Again, he exchanges cards with the effect. Yep, Pat Johnson does scoop over to Mike Kessling. So Mike is our first 4-0. And Justin draws a 6 for the second Destiny. Wow. So, yeah, that's definitely going to clear the site. Justin does win the fight, so he'll be able to retrieve somebody. Yep, and the Walker does remain. Okay, let's go ahead and check on this CJ versus Jedi Jer game. Ooh, Chris Kelly. Before we go into that, let's go back to our main game. As Chris Kelly initiates another fight with Yoda and plays Run, Luke, Run. Luke gets away from the Blizzard Walker, brings over his saber, and will fight against Darth Vader. Justin in the chat asking, it can move and then auto exclude. I guess it's the walker he's asking about. So I believe he can react with the walker, but because it battled already, it can't be in the fight. Is it want to say? What's going on? Chris is saying, bro, the bug was my destiny draws. Exploit away, my man. That's that's a good response. Chris is going to swing at Vader with Luke's saber. He draws a 7 for the destiny. That is definitely going to hit Vader. Draws a 4 for the second destiny. So Vader is going to be sliced, diced, and reduced down to 0. Battle Destiny. Chris draws a 5. bringing his total up to 16. Looks like that there is going to be some overflow for Justin Desai here. Yep, Justin draws a 4, bringing his total up to 11. Again, I believe he's going to be able to get the Gick back, so he should be able. He's probably not going to take any damage, or he has the Gick in his hand. Okay, he does take a point of damage to I Feel the Conflict. Stacks Blizzard 4 from hand onto I Feel the Conflict, and Vader goes lost. And there's the Gick. So again, Chris was able to remove Vader off the table. But unfortunately for him, he still has to worry about the 5th brother there over there at the Jedi Council chamber. He could move Yoda. Yep, and he's going to move Yoda over in front of the Blizzard Walker. That will now turn on Ultimatum, and now he only has to lose to a drain of 2. Really quick, let's go ahead and check on Jedi Jer versus CJ. Currently, we are in the currently okay, so we had a fight at Paulus Mossus. The Falcon is immune to attrition, and he gets an extra destiny. So, not looking too shabby for Mr. CJ here. Anakin and the Falcon versus the Zuckus and Miss Hunter, Steadfast, and Vader's personal shuttle, all like in the movies. There was a 4, a 1. Jedi Jer initiates. Draws a 4 for his battle destiny. Each of these is +1 because Anakin is there. So that's going to be a 12. So 28 to 22 in favor of CJ. That's not really good for Mr. Jedi Jer. And he's going to have to lose 11 in attrition. So he'll lose the 7th sister. While CJ isn't losing anything. Let's go back over into our main game. Again, both players are under 18 or 17 minutes left. Currently only got 1, 2, 3, 4 other games going on, I believe. Let's check out something really quick. Yeah, Robbie is streaming the looks like the Jedi Jer game, or the Jedi Jer game. So let's go ahead and go watch the Adam versus Cedric game really quick. Let's go see how that one's going on. As we're still in, right now we're in Justin's deploy phase. He activated everything, so doesn't have a lot to work with. In this one, still, again, this one's pretty much pretty tight. Yoda commuting versus Endor operations. We got a drain of 1 at the it's gonna be a drain of 2 at the platform, and then the client is going to take into effect. So Cedric's going to cause a little bit of damage here. It looks like he's already drained at the other the two systems. So drain of 2 at the docking bay, and then again ping damage from the client. That's going to bring Adam down to 9. Not sure. So there's an image of the Dark Lord to reduce the drain at Mos Espa by 1. So even with the Jedi lightsaber there, it is only going to be a drain of 1. And lateral damage targeting red 5. Okay, back at our main game. Justin deployed Tarkin in front of Kanan and then moved some stuff around. So it is going to be a drain of 2 at the docking bay for Chris Kelly. Thrawn targeting the prefix office so that when and if Chris moves either Luke or Kanan over there, he's going to have to lose a force. On the sites right now is Uni Te over at the village, Projection of Skywalker, and Prophecy of the Force over at the street. So there is Chris draining for 2 at the docking bay. The Prophecy moves. And it is going to move around on the next turn, I believe. Actually, excuse me. No, it shouldn't move, actually. I don't think anybody has the abilities for it to move. And here we go. Chris is going to initiate a fight with Yoda versus Thrawn. Draws the Destiny. It's going to be a 4. So again, that's going to be able to get rid of Thrawn. But he has already done what he needed to this turn. And Justin draws a 6. Chris is going to be down by 5. So even though Chris initiated the battle, he is going to be down by 5. So maybe he's going to... So Justin will win the battle. He's going to be able to retrieve 1. He's going to be retrieving that Emperor that's sitting on top of his lost pile. And Chris is going to have to lose 5 in damage. He loses Yoda. Thrawn goes to the lost pile, and the Blizzard Walker sticks around. Kanan initiating against Blizzard 8 with Veers. You got to think he's tracking around, like, say, a 7 here. Because if he can get a 7, that gets that Veers off the table. He tracks a 6 around. That's only going to get rid of Veers, though. Justin draws another 6. This might do it. Like, is Chris Kelly on tilt or what? So that 6 does get rid of the his total up to 21. Chris is down by 12. Kanan only covers 6, so he's going to be down by an additional 6. I mean, I understand wanting to get rid of the Walker. Veers covers as Imperial Restore is on the table. There's the Hojix. Yeah, Veers covers. I was going to say, what adds? Oh, Imperial Leader here. Imperials at same and related sites are power forfeit +1. So, yeah, Veers has a forfeit of 6. And he covers. Yeah, Chris has had really bad luck with his destinies. And it looks like Adam lost to Cedric, so that game is over. Looking at some of the other games currently going on, Jedi Jer is still going on, and Chris Kelly and Justin Desai are still going on. Looks like Robbie is taking care of the Jedi Jer versus CJ game. So, and Chris Kelly draws some cards and moves Luke over in front of the Walker. Yeah, it looks like Justin's deck is just full of 6s at this point. Like, he retrieved 1, he drew 3 for Destiny there. Like, it's insane right now. Okay, there is a... Justin goes into drain mode as he drains for 2. Drains for another 2 at the JCC. And he's going to drain for 2 more. Justin just whittling down Chris Kelly at this point. I'm expecting to see Justin drop a character down in front of Luke and then drop somebody down over at the docking bay. I believe it's what Imperials have to control, or yeah, Imperials control 3 Relative. So maybe not. Okay, there's Mara Jade. Trying to think of who else he could have in his hand. Maybe a. Nope, he moves the walker over. And draws some cards. Yeah, at this point, all Chris has to do is just keep draining. Or, sorry, all Justin has to do at this point is just keep draining. There've been like there was a battle earlier, Bill, where Chris had Leia with her gun, Obi-Wan against 4 characters outside and 1 on a vehicle. He fired with the gun, missed. Fired with Obi-Wan with saber, missed. So yeah, I'm just saying like it's been rough luck for Chris at this point. But let's see what happens. Chris has activated 5. Again, if he wants to drain here, he has to pay. So he did save 3 cards in his reserve deck, though. And Obi-Wan with Saber coming down in front of the 5th brother. Chris initiates the fight. Swings at the 5th brother. And that's definitely going to hit the brother. Okay, the brother is sliced. Forfeit reduced down to 0. But again, Chris is down in power in the fight. Draws a 7 for Battle Destiny. And Justin draws a 6. Justin will win the fight and retrieve 1. And Chris Kelly will concede to Justin Desai. Justin Desai joining Mike Kessling as the only undefeated left in the event. Sorry, I left that a little too late. Chris Kelly with GG. Justin Desai with GG mate. And we have a good look in the rest of the event. So Mike and Justin Desai are currently undefeated. And we're about to get ready with Game 5. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick and make myself some more coffee. And then hopefully Game 5 will be up here soon. So I'll see everybody in a few minutes. So, but make sure you guys stick around. We're going to last call for entry into the sleeves contest. So if you want to get some dragon shields, very simple thing. All you got to do, answer that, send a response to there. Gets you entered for a chance to win some sleeves. Going to give some AI packs and going to give out some tokens. So I'll be back in a few, everybody. So stick around. Okay, everybody, we are back with the fifth round. For this game, we're going to be covering Teemo Dussel versus Bill or William Bachelor, I believe is. I don't know how to say his name. I'm so bad with names. So that is table two. So we have a Watto versus Old Allies. I know we do see a lot of Old Allies in these events, but at the same time, not a lot of Watto. So Rebel CPA versus Dylan. So Teemo is going to be able to. Here we go. Watto going down to his junkyard again from the reserve deck. So there's that once per game pool. Expecting to see Saboba coming down as well. There is the deploy the Malisteer or Pod Racer Arena. Once per game made pool. So okay, so pretty solid. So there is a system, Death Squadron assignment. And again, expecting to see Saboba or somebody coming down so that way Teemo can flip and cause some damage. Okay. Sorry, I need some more coffee before I continue talking. As the I've been awake for 7 hours now. Again, last call for the Dragon Shield sleeves. If you want to enter into that, we're going to also be giving away a token this round, either this game or next game. So make sure you guys stay tuned into that one. And yeah, still got a lot of games going on today. So glad that everybody is here. Ooh, okay. So let's see. Watto is on the table. Also joining the fun. And there is a Lord Maul with lightsaber. Turn one. Teemo going aggressive. So let's see. Rebel CPA has lost Anakin and Leia, Rebel Princess. To the Watto objective, and there's the flip back as so right off the bat. So let's see what Bill is going to do to face down that Maul with saber. So apparently he activated the Watto's box, Saboba, and the bridge all on turn one. That's rough. Oh, he did the same thing against Greg. That's impressive. So I'm glad to see that Teemo overcame a rough one game, and he's what 3-1 at this point. Bill, if you want to go ahead and sorry, do you want to go ahead and post like the standings if you can? Because I know Kessling and oh, you did. I know Kessling and Desai are 3-0 or 4-0. So current standings: Justin Desai, Mike Kessling 1 and 2, Chris Kelly, Tom Hayde, Geron Waters, Teemo Dussel, William Bachelor, and Magnus Christensen are also they're 3-1. Pat Johnson, Carl Koenig, Jason Rendell, Sam Tashima, Greg Shaw, Anthony Howard, Drew Lichtenstein, Justin Miyashiro, Kevin Yop, and Cedric Vanderhagen are 2-2. Garrett Larson, Martin DeBoeuf, Nate Lauterbach, Kendall Hallman, CJ Christensen are 1-3. Adam Raddick, Jeremy Gardner are 0-4, and Steve Baroni is enjoying a nice Saturday afternoon. So we have had 2 drops in this round, but glad to see that we are continuing upon. So there's General Calrissian and Rey coming down on to the Calrissian to the Falcon, Rey via her sight. It's going to be interesting to see what Bill's going to do here. It looks like James Martin is joining the fun on broadcasting, so I'm glad to see that James is here today. I know, again, Kendall is streaming his games. Robbie will be back a little bit later. Looks like Tom Haid versus Chris Kelly is what James is streaming. So, yeah, got a lot of good games going on. Unfortunately, nobody's streaming the Mike Kessling versus Justin Desai, but I mean, Justin Desai was just on, so it kind of makes sense. But this is game 2, this is table 2. Okay, so Bill does take off with the Falcon, so he's going to be threatening a drain of 2 up there at Jakku. But again, Teemo, right off the bat, is just threatening a lot of damage. Threatening a drain of 3 at the outpost, and then, again, he's going to be probably threatening the Watto damage as well. Yep, he is going to drain, and there's the It's a Hit. So Teemo is going to grab the It's a Hit. So the drain is canceled just for this turn. So let's see what Teemo is going to do. There's the We Must Accelerate Our Plan, so that way he can get some more activation going. And here he comes, the Doug himself, Saboba! Not as good as Chris Kelly's, but still. That is going to flip Teemo. Now, Bill did save 2 force here, so with the Watto objective, he can either lose 2 or pay 2. Let's see what he's going to do. Thanks, Jared. It's been I'll tell you what, it's been a rough morning. I barely got 4 hours of sleep last night, insomnia. And then getting up at 3:30 for all this fun stuff. I'm not regretting it, but if I lose my voice, you'll know why. Because I'm doing the Saboba. Okay, so he does use 2 force, so it is going to come down for free. And there's the big ship. The Executor. A little curious as to see why Bill didn't pull Goldenrod Shield. Ooh, and Grand Admiral Thrawn coming down. This is not looking good for Bill. I mean, this is looking really good. If you're a fan of Teemo, this is looking really good. And Teemo will initiate a fight. Again, Bill is not flipped. This is turn 2 for Teemo. Drawing a 4 for his first Destiny. And a 4. That is going to get rid of multiple characters. So Rey and Calrissian go lost. Bill draws a 5. It becomes a 6. So he's just going to lose the 8 from attrition. So right off the bat, that was a solid start to this game so far for Teemo. Uh, he has played the Coward Shield. He has now played Imperial Detention. So again, Bill needs to do something here. Okay, there goes Admiral Radis down. Yeah, that was a pretty, sorry, really brutal start to this. Again, if you are a fan of Teemo, you can't complain. But again, just as if you're a fan of Star Wars, that was kind of rough, buddy. But there's the Starship Graveyard coming down from Bill's. James looks like James Martin is also streaming, so glad to have him on board today. Robbie is currently offline, so if you're looking for him, he's currently taking care of his dog. Okay, so Bill did ask for a revert there, and Teemo more than graciously gave it. Looking to get at so he is back in his deploy phase. He does need to go get the Starship Graveyard at least, and then he wants to check out something. So I've never been a fan of Watto just because it does make you lose that 2 force at the beginning, regardless like what you do. Like I don't think you should be able to do it at the first turn because it is kind of a bad experience, at least for especially new players. But I am glad to see that Watto is playable. Like it's not a terrible objective. I do think that first turn is very rough. And I don't mind the guessing game as a game in general, but yeah. But Solo and Poe Dameron coming down onto the Falcon. But again, got a lot of other good games going on right now. Some of our other top tables. Looking at the top tables that Bill pointed out, we got Tom Haid versus Chris Kelly, Mike Kessling versus Justin Desai, Magnus Christensen versus Geron Waters. That's a solid one. Hidden Base versus forget what Grief is playing. Ages of Black Sun. So Ages of Black Sun versus Hidden Base. That's a match. Like Hidden Base is in a deck that has been played a lot recently, so it's kind of interesting to see it being played. Let's just actually, you know what? Let's go check on that game really quick. So as we are in Bill's turn, he has Poe Dameron, Admiral Satora, and Solo all on the Falcon. There's the Rebel flight suit. So, but really quick, looking at Geron's deck. what chance do we have? Rebellions are built on hope and a new sacred place. And he's playing with the boost defense fighters. How about that? A deck that we haven't seen in a long time or very a lot of. So we are in Geron's turn, so he's got a lot to do. I mean, right now he is on the 7 side of his objective. So, but let's go back into our feature game as we have a fight at Jakku. After everything that Bill just threw onto the table, he initiates a battle. He is getting 2 Destiny. And with the Rebel Flight Suit, he is able to cancel any Imperial Command once per game. Okay, we have a fight. He's saying he can't play leadership. And Bill draws a 6 or 5 and a 1 for his Destiny. So, and Teemo draws a 4. And a 0. Oof. Big miss. But again, Bill is going to have to lose some characters here. Okay. Ooh, checking up on our other game, Geron versus Magnus. We have a fight with the Naboo fighters. He attempts to fire the proton torpedoes. It does not hit. However, he has power pivot, so the Filing's fist is power is reset down to 0. Fires another one. Again, misses. However, concentrate all firepower, concentrate all fire, adds 3. And he's going to fire another one. Again, all those proton torpedoes have missed. However, each one adds 3 power to the defense fighters. That's insane. Okay, so we do have a question in the our feature match, though. Bill is asking why he couldn't play Rebel Leadership. Okay, so the pilot there. So he's taking a lot of. So the Filing's Fist, Zam Wessel, and a Gick all go to the lost pile in response to that battle that we just saw against this Huntdown versus Agent of Black Sun. So We have an issue in our main game. Bill wanted to play Rebel Leadership. Okay, so they are trying to talk this out and figure out what is going on here. Admiral Satora, Admiral Radis are both on the Falcon. Radis is the pilot. Poe Dameron and Solo are there as well. Poe is the passenger. Bill wanted to play Rebel Leadership from his hand. He was not able to, even though he has 2 admirals up in space. He has Admiral Radis as a pilot and Admiral Satora as a passenger. Did he play leadership to get 2 battle destinies? No, he's getting a second battle destiny because of Satora, who is with Poe. So the issue is Poe's a passenger, so that's a moot point. I mean, Radis is the pilot, so if Radis is the pilot, he should be able to. Okay, Solo was there. Wait. Yeah. So Poe's a passenger. Solo was there. They're trying to revert. He's trying to add Destiny. That's one of the things I asked him was. Yeah, it should light up. Okay, there it is. Okay, it was just a bug. He plays it to add. Okay. Okay, so he is getting 3 Destiny. So Satora is there, and then Solo is there, so he gets the Destiny for abilities. He should have 4 Destiny, but that's besides the point. And he still misses. Wow, that's rough. uh, yeah, and Teemo's going to get rid of 2 characters. Or, no, I'm sorry. He's getting rid of 1 character. Okay, so he puts Solo into the lost pile, and that's pretty much it. So he did initiate that fight. I think he should run. He needs to run. He needs to run at this point. Uh, ah. Okay, so he does land the Falcon there. And we continue on with this game. Okay, let's check out some of the other matches really quick. So we checked out that one. Let's go check. Ooh, Anthony Howard versus Batmouse. That's a Watch Your Step versus the Batmouse deck. Yeah, post still a passenger, I think. Nope. Poe is a pilot now. He did correct that part. Okay. Drain at the junkyard for 1. And he did drain for 2 at Jakku. So let's go ahead and check out our Batmouse versus Pat Johnson match. So again, this is a Watch Your Step versus the Batmouse deck. Batmouse has Maul out, Bosk and his ship at Tatooine, Vader and the Black 2. So, but we are, again, we are on Batmouse's turn, so he is draining. So, not a bad start for Mr. Mouse. But still pretty early, so we'll come back to that game in a little bit. Teemo does throw down the Blizzard 8. So Bill is going to lose 2 here. And there we go. Server connection error can only mean one thing. It's time to give away a token. Naboo Defense Fighter is going to be your token for this round. So the token for right now is Naboo Defense Fighter. Wow, I don't think Gemp can handle all this fun stuff today. So the tokens are what we've been giving away. So tokens are we give sorry, 1 second. I'm okay. Tokens. The tokens are so when we give a token, you know what? Where's James Martin when I need him? So what's going on is the tokens are in accordance to the the Facebook post that has been going on with like the best virtual card image. Yeah, I know James is streaming. Uh, Whenever we stream, you have the chance to enter in for packs of foil cards as well as sticker cards. All you have to do is respond to you have to email holotheater at starwarsccg.org, whatever the token is, with your name and what stream it is. Thank you, Jared. Okay, so Asajj Ventress has come down to Jakku. So, like I said, the sticker program token for today, or for this round, is the Nabooth Defense Fighter. Jared, what's going on? Why are you breaking Gemp? Okay, let's see. So I like that move, moving Maul away. You want to keep him going. Oh my gosh. There was no indication that they were just going to start late, but I think with all this lag and everything, it might impact the rest of the tournament. But we'll see what's going to go on. Okay, so Teemo does move everything around, and he does pass turn. Yeah. What's the probability of us resetting the server, Bill? Any idea? Okay, so we are into Bill's next turn. Looking at, so he's not going to do anything during his control phase. He just moves right into his deploy phase. Looks like he's checking out his his destiny at this point. Right now, life force totals are 41 for Teemo and 31 for Bill. Yeah, yeah. There's really nothing anybody can do at this point, Bill. Like, yeah. Yeah, I can't do anything right now. This is not good. Okay, so it looks like everybody is having the same issues. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, but we're just going to try and get going as fast as I can. But here we go. Bill, here's the Carillion Corvette coming down. It doesn't have any pilots right now, but I think Bill is attempting to try and flip here. So him going down in front of Ventress is not going to do anything because he needs to control two sites and this and occupy the system, or vice versa. So him going down with Ray there doesn't do anything. Yep. At this point, Gamp has crashed. So instead of, you know what? Last call, very, very, very final call. If you want some sleeves, I'm going to be giving them away in the next 30 seconds. So, very last call. If you want some sleeves, all you got to do is send a response to holotheater dot star at Star Wars CCG g.org with the answer to that question. I will give a hint. There's two. One dark side, one light side. One's an alien, one's a droid. There's the hint. So I will wait a few minutes, and then I'm going to be bringing up a rando number generator. So you can see right now, currently we have 14 people signed up for this the sleeves. The winner will be of this one will be able to determine on what they want, which color they want. You either got lime or pink. So on top of that, I'll ask another trivia question here in a little bit, so that way we can give away some GEMP AI packs. Like, I know that GEMP is currently Frimbazzled, but not much we can really do at this point. I'm sorry. Okay. Looks like it's somewhat better. So let me bounce back over there. Uh, you have to do what you okay, Kyle. The instructions are email the answer to the email. So enter. So that way I have proof of all who's entered. Being that Jemp looks like it's back, hopefully, I'll be giving these away after this round. Okay, so Ray was able to get rid of Asajj Ventress again. So now Bill is flipped. And we're back to the refreshing. Okay, screw it. Wow, Teemo is like being cold. I will say this: the players freaking out during this makes me so glad I'm not playing. Like everybody is freaking out right now. Bill is freaking out. Like Bill is watching like right now. Like he's gonna lose on time. He's saying he's gonna lose on time. He had the whole issue. It's just a bad weekend apparently. Okay, so the Falcon hops back up to Jakku. I think if you're Teemo, you could actually just run and be fine. Because next turn you're going to be draining for 4. Okay, so now we go into Teemo's turn. Let's see if he can. I don't want the prize. What, you don't want free Dragon Shield sleeves, Kyle? Are you too good for Dragon sleeves? Okay, so now we have Maul draining for 3 at the refresh site. Maul draining for 3 at Ray's encampment. So, again, Teemo threatening a drain of 5. Because Menace Phase, latest Resistance Transport, and what's the other card? Like I will say, I feel so bad for everybody who's like having this happen to them. Like, again, Bill has to pay to or lose to. He doesn't have the force saved in his force pile, so he is going to have to lose to here. Teemo will then be able to draw a card from the top of his reserve deck. And again, action is on Bill. So Bill is literally like taking the worst of this right now. Yeah, I'm not really. I don't know what to do at this point. I'll be honest. Yeah, it's not getting any better at this point. Yep, there are two cards off the top of his. Okay, Teemo is still doing his stuff. He's got P59 down at the Starship Graveyard. There's a Stellaris Ventress. Looks like everything's somewhat back to normal. Gana Gleamore as well. So Teemo's just throwing the kitchen sink at this Starship Graveyard. Finn coming down as a react. Okay, Ventura is going to target Ray. Again, Bill is flipped, so he's going to be able to subtract 2 from whatever destiny is drawn by Teemo. Draws a 5. I think you cancel. You subtract 2 from this one. You can't go into the next one knowing that he has a 5 on board. Because if you subtract 1 and he draws a 1, like, you can't go negative. So I think you have to subtract 2 from here. Okay, so he does hit Ray. Forfeit is reduced by 2. Okay, so and there is the I'm getting pretty good at this. So he now is going to be able to draw 3 destiny. Bill's going to be able to draw 3 destiny, so that should clear the site. There's General Veers, so that's not going to hit Finn. But yeah, that should clear the sites of all 3 of those characters for Bill. Okay, now we go to Battle Destiny. Draws a 4. It is going to become a 2. So Teemo again, and he's up by 15 and 9 before Bill draws. And it looks like Bill, unfortunately, has timed out. So this game is going to. I mean, I don't know at this point what's going to happen. Um. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna step aside, see what happens with everybody. But before we do that, again, just as a recap, we've given away 2 tokens so far today. The first one was Jar Jar Binks. Actually, hold on. Let me double check that. So we've given away 3 tokens today for the first group. The first one was Revenge of the Sith, followed by Jar Jar Binks, and then most recently the Naboo Defense Fighter. Thank you. On top of that, it's time to give away the shields. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, so we have 17 people entered into giving away some shields. So, get my little rando number generator. I'm going to spin the wheel, essentially. Number of times equal to whatever I roll on a dice. 5 times. So, after the 5th time, I have a spreadsheet from all 18, or all 17. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So, on the spin number 6 is going to be the winner. And just so you guys can see, those are the people. So literally goes in no more order to equal to when you submit it. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and the winning number is 14. Number 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Kyle Sliznecki. Matt, so look at the top. The top's not a person. So no, I didn't want you. I didn't want you to win. So Kyle, you win. You get your choice of pink or lime. Uh, and yeah. So if you are still watching, nope, you get pink. So the lime ones will be given away later on today. So, Kyle, I would need you to either email me on Hollow Theater. I need you to email me your address so I can get you these. That was weird. Again, waiting to hear. Okay, so I know that everybody is waiting on to hear what's going to happen. So, okay, I think they have figured out. Okay, so we are waiting to hear back from what everybody is going to happen. And again, congrats to Kyle for winning the sleeves. I'll get those out to you this week. So they're going to reset the server once everything's back in orderly fashion. We'll be back with hopefully some more Star Wars CCG. Until then, just make sure you stay tuned to the forums, and we'll figure out hopefully what's going on with all this fun stuff. So I'll be back on later with some more games. So see everybody then. Okay, so apparently we do have some more games going on. I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize that. Mike versus Justin Desai, our two undefeated players, are going currently going on right now. We're currently on Mike's control phase. He just drained for 2 at Jakku. And we now have Justin attempting to trample Leia Rebel Princess. And Justin will concede to Mike. So Justin does concede over to Mike. Mike is currently undefeated. Let's see. We still have 2 other games. Greg Shaw versus Jason Randall. We're into Jason's battle phase. Okay, Jason draws a 1 for Battle Destiny. And Greg draws a 5. It is going to be canceled and caused to be redrawn. And he draws another 5. So that's going to get rid of maybe Satora. Nope, gets rid of Ahsoka Tano. So that should wrap up that turn. And then here we go. On to turn number 2 for Greg. Okay, so on to Greg's next turn. Okay, Greg is currently sitting at 11 cards in Life Force, 4 in hand, so he's got 15 cards to work with. Jason, on the other hand, has 12 cards in hand and 5 in life. So Greg activates everything, saving 3. See what he's going to do this turn. Okay, he drains for 2 at the Invisible Hand hallway. Again, it is random 1 there, plus the Saber. And Lord Sidious comes down in front of Leia and Satora. I don't think you're going to fight with them just because you can simply just remove somebody there from the fight. Well, now maybe you might. Sidious's lightsaber is equipped to Darth Sidious. Okay, P59 goes to battle Rose and Finn. Fire at Rose. Draws a 5. It's going to be canceled. Redrawn. Probably going to be another 5 if I'm tracking correctly. Yep, that's going to cause 2 points of damage with P59. And Rose is going to go hit. Okay, he's going to lose 2 Rebel Leadership from hand and a Rebel Leadership off the top of the deck. There's a 4 for Battle Destiny. And a 4 as well for Jason. So Jason is going to win, but the site is cleared. Okay, now we go into Jason's turn. He activates everything. So he does have the transport at Jakku for a drain of 1. Okay, Jason again has everything activated. He is looking to. So after draining for 1, Greg has to lose another force to the ping damage from the objective. And Ray comes down to the blockade flagship hallway. So many hallways on the table. Jason will attempt to revert this. Assuming he wanted to go down in front of Dooku. Not exactly sure why. Nope, he's going to put Jyn Erso. Oh, so Rey is deployed +2 there. Your Jedi deployed +2 there. So she is a Jedi. But she costs 2 force to go down to there. So Jyn Erso hops down in front of Dooku as an undercover spy, essentially blocking the drain of 2 there. So now Greg will not be able to drain anywhere next turn. And we move back over to Greg's turn. There's an all-wings combo. Just to cycle up some destinies. Make sure you get the good destinies that you want, as well as putting a 5 back into your deck. Okay, let's see what Greg is going to do this turn. Will he initiate a fight against Leia and Satora, or will he just do something else? He is saving. He does have 4 cards in his reserve deck at this point. And he is going to play another All Wings combo. It just goes to the use pile, and we're refreshing again. Okay, Jason does initiate a fight. Falcon against the Invisible Hand draws a 4 for Battle Destiny. Oh no, Greg initiates, and Jason draws BB-8 for his Destiny. So, unfortunately, Greg is not immune. However, Jason is. And we have a fight with Sidious against Satora and Leia. Draws Destiny. He targets. No, he's not targeting anybody. He is drawing Destiny for Battle Destiny. There is the Force Projection to subtract from attrition in total Battle Destiny. So it is only going to be a 4. I believe that Satora does cover. And there goes Satora. Sidious gets to stick around for another turn. And that will end Greg's turn. So Greg did take a little bit of a rough beating up there in space, but he is sticking around. Okay. Greg just putting some cards back into his deck here, so he can track around to 5 next turn, I'm assuming. And Jason will start his turn. He activates 4, saving 1 card left in his reserve deck. Drains for 1 at Jakku and causes a ping of point down, 1 ping of damage from the objective. And Rey coming down in front of Sidious. Grabs her lightsaber. And now some fun is going to occur. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't have enough force to fight and swing the saber, but I don't think Greg is going to initiate a fight here. So, yeah, I don't see Greg initiating. So, passing turn over to Greg isn't a bad idea. Yeah, Jason's going to time out. That's the only problem for him right now, is that he is running out of clock fast. And while Greg has 2 minutes and 17 seconds, I mean, there's so many issues with this last round. I'm just thankful that everybody is sticking around for this last one. That is a good point. I could actually see Greg conceding just because of all the issues and everything, just because he is a good guy. But we'll see what happens. Maybe he just lets time stick around. Yeah. Hopefully it will be fixed for round 2. I know right now they're talking on GEMP, so for people are paying attention, they're talking on Slack about the whole, it could be like an issue with AOBS. There's a lot of, unfortunately, unknowns that people don't know why is causing this issue. Greg is saying that he is thinking about where to fight. Nowhere? I really don't see a good fight for Greg at this point. Okay, so Greg does go into his deploy phase. And he's in his battle phase, so again, he said he was thinking about where he wants to fight, and according to Jason, 1 is really bad. I do agree with that. But here we go. We have a fight up in space. Solo, Chewie, and Anakin versus Trench and Newt Gunray on the Invisible Hand. Chewie, Solo, and Anakin are all on the Falcon. Again, both players are getting 2 Destiny here, and it looks like Greg is about to time out. He limits Jason to 1 Destiny. Draws a 5 for the first one. There's the cancel and redraw. Draws a 1. Sith Fury. Yeah, I think Greg was giving it to Jason at the end. So Jason will win this round as Greg time outs. Well, Greg will time out here in just a second. And Greg times out, allowing Jason to win. So congrats to Jason on the victory. Greg, great job, man. I applaud you. That game just ended, so thank you. So I'm going to sign off for a little bit. I need to take a short break. While I am on break, thankfully just I'm going to take a break. James and Robbie are going to stream, so that way we have the last. James is going to take table 1. Robbie's going to take table 2, and Jared's going to make sure that we have everything set up for the rest of the afternoon, and then I'll be back in a little bit. So, everybody, take care, and I'll see you in a little bit.